Lead, lead attorney here. Hope you guys are doing well, man. Struggle streaming already. Oh, don't panic. What are you doing to me? Shout out to Don't Panic. Oh my God. She knows me better than me. All right, all right, all right. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right. My stance. My stance on just pearly things. Just pearly things is lighting it all up, guys. And is that good? Guys, y'all gotta forgive me, man. I just came from the gym. It'd be 190 up in that sauna. All right, but listen. Let's get to the real. Let's get to the real. Mm, I'm at the gym and I step out that damn 100. I step out that 190-degree sauna and I put one of my towels down on the bench and I sit down and I'm 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 out of it. I was in there for so long, and I don't know if you've been in a 190-degree box. That thing is hot, and it was so hot that after 20 minutes, I had to get out, sit on the bench for 15 minutes, and then go back in for another 10 minutes. So go back in for another 10 minutes, come out, lay my towel down. I'm in a daze. So I'm there, zombie-like, and my phone starts vibrating. I was so tired, I really didn't even want to reach right next to me to pick it up. I flip it over. It is it's a phone call. It's O'Shea Duke Jackson. Just says O'Shea. I was like, oh, for O'Shea, I gotta pick it up. I was exhausted. But O'Shea brought me in. I answered the phone. I got cussed out for 45 minutes. For 45 minutes. Oh, why he called me to cuss me out? Oh my God. Mm, people have been talking about me and just pearly things since this whole thing broke last week. I talked about it on last Wednesday in my last Wednesday stream. I talked about, and let me just say this too. Let me say this. I know we got some mods in here, but let's be a little liberal. There are going to be some people who are not going to like what I have to say. All right. Let's be patient with them. Let's be liberal. All right, because I really want uh people to be able to get off what they want to get off. And I also want you to come up. If you disagree with me on this, come up. I'm sitting here in a tie, guys. Like, what? You think I'm gonna do the whole? Y'all saw how they did Jessica X, man. I don't even want to get into that. I ain't gonna do you like that. Come on up. At any rate, I address my stance on. Oh, and shout out to Law Nerd Clips. We got Law Nerd Clips in the house. Shout out to Law Nerd Clips. What do you got? One emoji. What is the emoji? Popcorn. This is what y'all gonna need. Oh, I'm a long stroke, and I'm gonna give you a very detailed explanation, nuanced, if that's possible on this internet, of how a somewhat intelligent black man from the South feels about this situation. Oh, get your popcorn ready. and I'm gonna drop the link. In fact, let me drop the damn thing right now. Should I drop it now? Y'all wait. Just wait till you hear what I gotta say. Y'all aren't gonna agree. I'll tell you that right now. Y'all aren't gonna agree. That's not the point. I'm just gonna tell you from one person's point of view how I feel about this situation. Now, people been like, "Oh, Lee, where you at? Where you at with it?" What do you mean where I'm at with it? I explained it on Wednesday. Then I get comments, "Lee, why haven't you addressed this? Are you running from it?" I explained it again on Friday. Now it's what, Tuesday, something like that, and here I am again. They pull me out. When they say I try to get out, they pull me right back in. Guys, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna explain this to y'all, but this whole thing is dedicated on it. For some of y'all who don't want to go through Wednesday's stream, you don't want to go find it on Friday's stream. This is for you. All right. Where to start? First of all, well, let me not even do this. I gotta do it. Okay. I don't even want to do it. I don't want to put my sponsor in. I don't want my sponsor to be in this. If you see this, Score Bastard, I'll get you on the next one. I don't want to pull you into this. What is my stance? Let's do this. What's my stance on just Pearly things? Is she a racist or is she not a racist? Now, I'm going to drop the link, but let me get my stuff off first. But what do you think? Put an R in the chat if you think she's a racist / white supremacist. Put an N if you think she's not. Or if she's I shouldn't be saying, is that okay for the algorithm? Or if she's a racist, and if she's a white supremacist. Man, it's a bunch of R's up in this piece. Woo-wee! Okay, now we got some N's coming in. It's always the R's that the R's are holding strong. We got some N's in there. Okay, it's always the heat come in the beginning. It's about 50-50, guys. Let me do this. Let me make a poll. Is just, yeah. You know you fucked up when people are making polls about this. All right. All right. It's about 50-50. It's about 50-50. But y'all let me know. I'm gonna tell you what I think. Let me see who's in the chat. Shout out to Ron Alexander, said this gonna be a good one. This gonna be a good one. Thank you so much. We got Felicia H up in the house. We got Dottie Girl, the beautiful Dottie Girl up in the house. Got my man Ron, got KT up in the house. She's about to get wrecked. Oh no, KT. Shout out to Ron Alexander, says get the likes up. Where I'm at with my likes, man. We got 1,100 people in here. Can y'all give me the 300 likes? We got the beautiful. What else we got in? We got Box of Oranges up in here. Always keeping it real. We got Don't Panic. All right, but yeah, let's be. This is what got me. Don't Panic said lead is always on time for the judge, but always late with his own. Oh, oh. No one knows me like Don't Panic. No one. Shout out to Jules. Jules says Pearl is a grifter. Never ask a fish how to catch fish. Does she know what she's talking about? Is she just parroting other people? Are her ideas original? Jules is asking some serious questions. Christ Manson says, and that box is still probably cooler than the fire pearly things dealing with right now. Yeah, man. It's hard when you have a brand, and I'm gonna talk to you about this in a second, guys. Shout out to we got Nate the lawyer. Says just pearly things is very sorry for interviewing the dust. Shout out to Law Tube, man. First we had Law Nerd clips up here and Nate the lawyer. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Nate the lawyer is in here on this. Guys, let me tell you something. For us over here in the men-centric space, everything is like, oh, it's so big. And so I can't believe this person said this. I can't believe this person said that. Oh. Guys, let me tell you something as a YouTuber. This space is so small. This space is so small. Almost no one has heard about anything about what everybody's over here freaking out about. Kevin Samuels, man, he used to tell me all the time, he was like, get out from around these niggas. That it will keep you down. YouTube is humongous. I had a girlfriend at the time when I was dating Kevin. When I was dating a girl when me and Kevin started communicating on the phone. And Kevin would call, and I would take his call all the time. And my girlfriend ended up really not liking, my ex-girlfriend, really not liking Kevin. And, she would say little things that Kevin would say and stuff like that. But she would always say, all YouTube, because over here we would say like Black YouTube, Section 8, what I call it. And Kevin be like, no, ain't no Black YouTube. Don't focus on Black YouTube. Focus on all YouTube. Now, what is all YouTube? We know what all YouTube is. Right? Shout out to Nate the lawyer. Nate is in all YouTube. Oh man, I know y'all. A Black man in all YouTube. Oh man, y'all are gonna clip that. I know that was fucked up. It's hard being a YouTuber, guys. Just speaking off the cuff. Shout out to Bagging the substitute teacher. All right, that was fucked up. That was fucked up what I said. I should have. Got what my man Dusty does say. Got to be more careful. Shout out to Bagging the substitute teacher. Thank you so much. Now I'm really gonna get clipped for this. Shout out to Out Here Trucking. Says what do you call a Black attorney in a 3-piece suit in the South? In the South. Shout out to Out Here Trucking. Really appreciate that, brother. Oh man, thank you so much. Who else we got up in here? Let me check the poll. What does the poll say? How do you check the poll? Is just pearly things a racist? Yes, 37%. No, 40%. Don't know, 23%. So it's kind of neck and neck. It's about 40% each way. Now, to give credit to pearly things, it is a little bit more no's than yeses. But you can see how it's divided. It's split down the middle. 40% say yes, 40% say no, 20% are like, I don't even know. I ain't talked to this girl. I ain't seen this girl in real life. I don't know. I heard what she said. But, a lot of people can feel that way. Do you know who can? I don't even want to. Let me not jump the gun. Let me do this. Man, so yeah, I'm just looking at the results of the poll. So y'all are neck and neck. And this is interesting, and this is something that needs to be said. It could seem like the crowd is one way or another, but it's really half and half. Shout out to my man Centennial G. What is Centennial G says? Shout out to the Smooth Feline Gang, the Thundercats, the Mulaticons, and all my brothers. Brother Lead is here to deliver Eva from evil. Respect to my blues, sorors, and all the D9. Blus and pink and green pearl, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Shout out to Centennial G. Always leaves the most awesome comments. Awesome comments. All right. I did the poll. The poll is 40% she's not a racist, 30% she is. What do I think? What's my stance? What is your stance, lead attorney? Is just Burlington the racist? For me, no. No. That's the conclusion that I have come to. She's not a racist. All right. Now, why do I not think that she's racist? Did you hear what she said about your ancestors? All right. Let me explain this to you guys. And this is coming from a halfway intelligent, older 46 Black man. All right. Now, who am I? How have I come to this conclusion? I'm saying that she's not a racist for me. Maybe some of y'all know her better than me. Maybe some of y'all can correct me. Y'all have hung out with her, or y'all have heard a lot of things that I haven't heard her say. Let me tell you why. And I'm not saying that, everybody can have their own opinion. You can have your opinion. Someone else can have their opinion. It's all good. I'm telling you what my little opinion is and how I came to it. Now, for you to understand why I came to this conclusion, you need to know a little something about me. I'm from the South. I don't know if you can hear that. Some people say I have an accent. No damn accent. I'm from Atlanta. A metropolitan city, an international city. We have the busiest airport in the world. How I got an accent? Some of y'all are like, oh, lead. I don't know. I can hear a little bit. Now, I'm not from California. I don't know what racism looks like over there. I never lived over there. I'm not from New York. Is there racism in New York? A lot of people would say absolutely. Fine. I'll tell you though, racism in the South is a thing. No matter, I know it's a thing in Boston. They tried to kill Paul Pierce. They stabbed him in the face. Boston in particular was wild, man. In California, I know y'all had the Bloods and the Crips. I ain't really hear too much about racism over there, but it's all over the country. I'll tell you this though. If you grow up in Selma, if you grow up in Tuscaloosa, if you grow up in Valdosta, Augusta, Albany, Columbus, Americus, and you're older like me at 46, you probably know a little something about racism. Now, when I was in high school, to kind of help fix the situation that was messed up with the education, my mother entered me into an integration program. It was called Minority to Majority, or M to M. And it would bus little Black kids to white schools, to nice white schools, because the schools that we had in our cities were gladiator schools. And guess who got to ride the little bus to a white school? Well, when I step off the bus, are those other students happy that we're stepping off the bus? Forget the students. Are the teachers happy that we're stepping off the bus? Are the administrators happy that we're stepping off the bus? This is in high school. Get out of high school, Where do I go? To the University of Georgia, the flagship institution of the state, and your national champions. Go Dogs! Go Dogs! We're the national champions of this country. Well, let me tell you something. 35,000 white students. And the majority of these students, you guys might not know this, the majority of students at UGA are from the outer counties of Georgia. They're not from Atlanta. They're not from Fulton County. They're not from DeKalb. A few of them, yeah, but the majority of them are from the outside. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I have been in dining halls with racist white men, with racist young white women. I have been in class. I have been in groups. You know how they assign you to groups? Okay, you're going to be with these 3 people. I've talked to and had to complete assignments and had to work with racist white boys and racist white girls. If you were at UGA in the 90s, you knew racist white girls and racist white boys. And shout out to them, because everybody can have their own opinions, just like you can have yours. A fraternity at UGA got in trouble. Why? Because them white boys would get in the pickup truck and then go behind the crystals. They would go behind the gas stations. What were they looking for? They were looking for homeless Black men. They were looking for strung out Black women who needed a couple dollars. And what would they do? They would give them a couple dollars. And then they would put them on the back of the truck. Now, where did they take them? Do you know where they took these strung out Black women and these these homeless Black men who needed? They would take them back to the fraternity house. What would they do? They just let them out on the lawn. What was in the front lawn? Cotton. And they would just laugh and drink beers and watch these homeless Black men pick cotton in front of their $3 million frat houses, their $4 million sorority houses, all on millage. They would just have cotton for these Black men to pick for their amusement. And then that Monday, they'd be in class with me. And I know how they talked to me. I know how they looked at me. Guys, I don't know if you might not know. Maybe you're from New York or California. I can feel it in a look. In a look. Oh, you're too sensitive, Lita. Listen. Then I went to law school. Where did I go to law school? The University of Georgia. Oh, yeah, I stayed in Athens, man. I stayed there. I love Athens, Georgia. Go Dogs! In my class, in my graduating class of law school, how many of us made it out? How many Black men made it out? How many Black men were in my graduating class in law school? It was 3 of us. Oh, that's right. Over a class of 200, it was 3 of us. Shout out to my man BLJ. I don't even want to say his name. They be doxing him like they be doxing me. Do you think at the University of Georgia law school where it's just three of y'all that you might know a little bit about something, a little bit about racism from my perspective? You think all those professors, those old ass professors, 65, 73, 82, they remember the days. Guys, I would walk down the hallways and see the classes. You see the classes from 54. You see the classes from 63. Not one black person was in there. I was in classes with professors who remember either fondly or not so fondly the integration of the school. Why am I telling you all this? I'm telling you all this because for me, I ain't talking about you. For me, what I've been through, which was not rough at all. Thank the Lord. Let me just hit it. I missed all of the Woolworth shit, the sit-in shit, the walking down the Selma Highway, get hit with the brick, the dogs, the German shepherds, the damn the water hoses. I missed all of that. Oh my God, I missed all of it. I didn't get the blatant. I got the undercover stuff. My parents, my grandparents would have loved to get the undercover stuff. I'm lucky. Yeah, I ain't complaining. Wasn't no integration program where my mom went to school. Wasn't no integration program my grandmama went to school. Black lady had 2 master's degrees. My grandmama, what integration program? Like, I mean, it was blatant. It was flagrant. I missed all of that. Right? Martin Luther King is a church right down the street. I missed all of it. I'm only 46. Why am I telling you this though? Because I have an idea of a racist white man. I have an idea of a racist white woman. I do. I do. I've probably met more racist white men and white women than the majority of you. If you 25 or 30, don't even come over here looking at me talking about you know what racism is. And it didn't stop there. Because when I got out of law school, where am I at? I'm in the practice of law. Now I went from old ass white law professors to old ass white judges. Oh my God. Do you know what it's like to have a mediocre case, an okay case? It could go either way, and your judge is racist. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know if I've ever said this. I felt bad for some of my clients. This is when I was younger, because they hired me. Because I would get the sense every now and then that they really weren't getting a fair shake because of my skin color. Guys, judges don't need to screw you in a lot of blatant ways. They can just make one little ruling over here, one little ruling over there, one little ruling out yonder, and your case is messed up. I've got stories about racist judges and racist opposing counsel. And I don't want to say anything. It's definitely like the collusion that I have suspected over the years. Everybody's all buddy buddy, and y'all from New York, y'all are from California. Y'all might not know about the good old boy system, the good old boy network. Y'all might not know about all that. You might not know about it. Mm. If you come up in the South, man, it's a real thing. Or in Boston. Shout out to Paul Pierce. At any rate, what am I telling you? I'm telling you that in my head, I have an idea of what a racist white man looks like. In my head, I have an idea of what a racist white woman looks like. Does my idea of a racist white woman map cleanly onto yours? No. Why not? You haven't been through my experiences, and I haven't been through yours. Shout out to all the brothers in the military. Is there any military? Are there any older military in here that like where they were from the South? I mean, come on. You ain't ran into no racist white boy. I mean, in the military, I ain't been into the military, so you the heavyweight on that. But you take you take some soldiers from Valdosta, you take some soldiers from Albany, from Augusta, from Columbus, from Dalton. Like, I've met some racist people. To me, Pearl is not a racist. She's not. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson that just got out, just got done cussing me out for 45 minutes. O'Shea Duke Jackson is the man who brought me into this, and he gave me encouragement when I was about to quit because I thought that I should have, you know, 50,000 subscribers, and I had 800. And I'm looking at dudes with 1,200, and they making videos riding around 285 with their phone on their dick with the damn camera shooting up their nostril, talking about some rap shit. Whereas me, got a nice camera, nice setting. What I thought was nice, my old videos are still up. I got 800, and these dudes got 1,200, 1,800 subs, and I'm getting 2 subs a day. Oh, fuck this. I'm getting 2 subs a day. How many days is it going to take for me to get to 1,800? Y'all almost ain't see me. It was ridiculous. It took me over a year to get 1,000 subs. O'Shea Duke Jackson helped me out so much. He cussed me out 45 minutes ago, but he helped me out so much in the beginning. I remember, shout out to my brother MTR. When I don't even know how many subs I had, man. It could have been about 30 or 40,000. And MTR, he's huge. And I was able to get him on the phone, man. He gave me some game. This is back when I didn't know anything about no damn YouTube. He gave me about 30, 45 minutes of his time, which for me was humongous. Then Kevin has helped me out so much, guys. He opened my eyes to some things where I finally understood what YouTube was about. I had a lack of understanding. I didn't know. I thought I knew because I had, 80,000 subs. I was doing the damn thing. Y'all saw how much money I was making at 50,000 subs. I did a damn video about it. If you want to see how much money I was making with 100,000 subs, go click the link. It's in the description. I show you my metrics. How much I was making with 10,000 subs, how much I was making with 25,000 subs, how much I was making with 50,000 subs, how much I made with 100,000 subs. I thought I understood the game. It's life-changing money for the vast majority of you. Life-changing. You can't spend it. It's not like millions and millions, but you start getting checks $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a month. This social media money is ridiculous. Kevin helped me out so much in understanding things. Do you know who helped me out? Just Pearly Things. She helped me out. She gave me a lot of game on these editors, a lot of game on, putting out a lot of content, a lot of game on systems. Did O'Shea charge me? No. Did MTR charge me? No. Did Kevin charge me? No. Did Just Pearly Thing charge me? No. I've been around racist white women. I've been around old racist white women, young racist white women. Have any of them ever helped me out? Any of them. She's come to my mastermind for free, brought her channel manager, which I didn't even expect, for free. The same channel manager, by the way, that I paid $500 for a consult for. I didn't pay Pearl. I cashed out that PayPal that man $500 to try to figure out what the fuck it was that she was doing. And that channel manager knows a lot. Did the channel manager charge me for going and talking to my mastermind? No. Who's in my mastermind, guys? You want to know who my mastermind? Black content creators, Black YouTubers who need help. I remember when I needed help. I had a lot of stuff to figure out, man, and sometimes the help wasn't there. There was no mastermind for 50 damn bucks a month to join. Shout out to my brother O'Shea. After he got through cussing me out for 45 minutes, he's like, hey, let me come back on your mastermind. He's already been killed the game. Not only does he want to come, he wants to bring his editors too to talk to us. Young, middle-aged, and older Black YouTubers for free. I don't know what y'all's idea of a racist white woman looks like. Just Pearly thinks she was in London when she joined. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning. You're telling me that a racist white woman is going to wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning to talk to a group of Black content creators for free and put them on game and expose what she's doing to help them. I'll tell you what, and this is like, I don't know what you want me to say. There is a person in my mastermind, and I don't want to mention her name, and I do, but I don't, because I don't want to bring her into this shit. But this person in the mastermind was like, bro, man, I'm small, man. I got 1,000 subs. Can I go over there and can I see how your shit works? This lady is Black. To be honest, she's Blacker than me. To be honest, she's African. I don't know. I'm African, but I'm like, I did my damn 23andMe thing. Guess y'all already. I'm 18% white, so who knows? 18% white. I know what was going on way back in those embellished slavery days. There was some shit going on in them slave quarters, which is why I'm 18% white. This lady's from Ghana. You know what Just Pearly's racist ass said to this Black woman from Ghana? She said, come on. I'll show you how everything is done. In fact, I'll do a one-on-one with you. My racist ass will do a one-on-one with you, African, for free. You got 1,000 subs. You can't help me at all. You don't think I can get content from anywhere else? I'm going to show you my whole system. I'm going to show you my whole set. I'm going to explain to you everything. You come look around. Look at what I'm doing. Oh, in fact, you know what? Sit right here and we'll do a one-on-one. I've got all this exposure. I want you to get exposure. I've got all these subs. I want you to get subs. You get subs. How many racist white women have I been around? It's like, oh, I'm going to help you out, lead attorney. Are you crazy? Do y'all know what racist people look like? Do y'all know how racist people act? I don't, maybe I'm 46. Maybe it's me. She took this woman who she didn't need to do anything for. She was super kind to her, super caring. Do y'all know how racists act? But put what they say. Oh, what does the manosphere always say about women? What does the manosphere always say about women? Don't listen to what they say. Look at how they act. Look at what she's doing. Now, I don't even want to get into this whole thing about her dating these black men or not. Because listen, can racist white women get dick from black men? Yes. Yeah. Me coming up in the University of Georgia, have I ever seen a racist white woman? Do y'all know these racist white women? Or is it just, I don't know. I don't want to keep saying that, but do you see them in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year relationships with black men? Every single one of y'all says that a racist white woman can get dick from a black man. Fair enough. Have you seen a racist white woman be in a 2 year relationship with a black man? A 1.5 year relationship with a black man? A 3 year relationship with a black man? Have you seen? You better than me. Maybe you have. I'm telling you my opinion. You've got yours. I'm telling you my experiences. You've got yours. A racist white woman, right? The University of Georgia, 3 years dating some black man. Where? Where? Taking this man home to her racist family? To her, do y'all know these fucking families? Especially the ones that got money. I'm gonna tell you something right now. These fucking white racist parents, do you know what they do? They hold money over their kids. They be like, oh, you're gonna bring home Jordan? Okay, let me go find my pen to redo the wheel. Oh, guess what? She ain't dating Jordan no more. Do y'all know how that works? Are y'all old enough to either understand what I'm talking about? Oh, she ain't dating Jordan no more. Does Pearl's family got a lot of money? Does anybody think Pearl's family can wave that pen around about the wheel? I'm asking questions. Y'all know her better than me. I've just been around racist people. What do you think? Now, you say, well, lead attorney, what about these goddamn statements now? What about these statements? Racism was embellished, lead attorney. The fuck she's talking about? That's a great question. What the fuck is she talking about? Like, Pearl, think. I mean, it was idiotic. Now, what's Pearl's number aside from all this racism shit? What is her number one? What's the number one criticism levied against Pearl? What's the number one criticism levied against Pearl? It's that from what I see, it's that she regurgitates stuff. Has anybody heard that criticism, or am I just making that up? Has anybody heard that this 26-year-old girl doesn't bring anything original into the space? This 23-year-old girl just regurgitates stuff. Kevin Samuel says something, now she's on it. Andrew Tate says something, now she's on it. She regurgitates. Well, now she's on a podcast talking about slavery was embellished. Where did she get that from? She got that from a man. That's not her idea. There's a particular man that wrote some books. My understanding, only like 2 of which Pearl has read. Pearl read some books, a couple of books, and then decided that she was going to get on a show and talk about what she read in those books. Did she have a full understanding of what she read in those books? Hell no. Did she have a full understanding, a full ability to communicate what was in those books? Hell no. My opinion, maybe she disagrees. I don't think she understood what she read. Not fully. I damn sure know she was not eloquent enough, not educated enough, not capable enough to communicate these sensitive topics to the extent that she should have. I'm talking a complete lack of awareness. A complete lack. Some people can explain shit and some people cannot. And I can tell you this as a 20-year attorney. My whole adult career has been dedicated to explaining things to clients, explaining things to opposing counsel, explaining things to judges, explaining things to you fuckers, explaining things to juries, to you guys. I can tell when a person can communicate stuff. She's 26 years old. I mean, the attempt was idiotic. How many of y'all know who, put a 1 in the chat if you know who Dan Carlin is? Dan Carlin, YouTube is pushing podcasts and stuff, whatever. Dan Carlin really is the undisputed #1 podcaster on history. #1, hands down. Like there's no dispute. Some of y'all aren't old enough to remember when Jordan was like really doing it. It was no dispute. He was the best. That's what Dan Carlin is. Dan Carlin has made hundreds of podcasts. He just made a podcast on slavery. Basically, because he ran out of topics to talk about. He had talked about everything under the sun. He just said, okay, guys, he's white, by the way. And there's no one more skilled than him. No one in the podcast space. And he just came out with a podcast on racism, on the American slave trade. Let's just say the slave trade, because it was in a lot of different places. But he talked about slavery, and he had to preface it. He was like, hey man, listen. Boy, we've been talking for years behind the scenes about whether I should do this or not. 4 years, and I have not. Because how can I? I'm so glad he did. Man, I learned so much. There's no one better than him. But look who he is. This man is amazing. Has anyone said Pearl is an amazing communicator? There are a lot of men who might be amazing. But you have to be able to understand the optics, understand what you're doing, and then to be able to communicate it. I mean, Pearl failed on all of that shit. All of it. You know, if Andrew Tate says fat women don't deserve a boyfriend, Pearl can parrot that. If Kevin Samuel says, women need to be fit, friendly, and feminine, Pearl can say that. She can explain that. Give this girl some credit. But come on, man, there are limits. I don't know what to tell you. And I'm telling you this, I swear to God, like this will come to no surprises to Pearl. She knows how I feel about this situation. So it's not like I'm airing her out. It's not like I'm telling her shit that I haven't told her. It was ridiculous for you to try to do something that you're not capable of doing. I mean, you can try, but come on. And to be fair, man, shout out to my brother MTR, man. He said something in his video that just hit me so hard. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, Pearl's talking about slavery is embellished or this or that, you know, regurgitating. But that's fine if that's what you want to do on your own show. But MTR said, you know, it's just the lack of empathy for what real people were going through. It took me so long to listen to that Dan Carlin thing. Let me tell you guys something that they didn't teach us in school. Damn sure didn't teach me this when they were, at the white school, the integration program that I was in. They didn't teach me this. A white man, Dan Carlin, taught me this. Let me tell you a little something about the slave trade. Dan said that, they would have these slave ships on, just in the ocean, and they were boarding up the slaves. Well, but guess what, guys? It wasn't like they would get 10 slaves on the ship and then just sail across the ocean. It's not how it happened. They would want to fill the ships up. It's like when they deport these Hispanics. Do you think they just put 3 Hispanics on a plane and then fly the plane to Mexico? They fly the plane to Guatemala? Hell no. They wait till that plane is full and then they go. Well, that's how they used to do it back in the day. They used to wait for the ships to be full. Guys, this is going to break your fucking heart, man. Sometimes it took weeks, sometimes it took months for those ships to be full. If you were one of the first ones on the ship, you might have to wait 30 days. You might have to wait 60 days on that ship in the sun in Africa. Guys, air conditioning? No, 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 no. Slave ship, bottom of the hull in Africa. Chained, day and night, people dying, disease, vomit, shit, piss, crying, dead bodies all around for months. You were chained there for months before the fucking ships left, before it came to America, before your slavery started. Some of those slaves were on the ship for 200 days. They were on the ship for 230 days before the trip. This is not an embellishment. This is just reality. Sometimes, guys, y'all know they would brand the slaves. Can you imagine what it is to just, be in shackles and they hold you down and they take the damn iron out of the fire and just something like that'll change your life. Well, guess what? They would put them on the ship after they were branded. And then they would just stay on the ship waiting for the ship to leave, but it would take weeks, months. Well, guess what? In that time, these white people, they were wheeling and dealing. I'll trade you my 15 slaves for your 30 slaves and $30. So sometimes the slaves would be sold while they were in the ship. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean if you're in the slave ship and you're sold? It means they have to take you off the ship and they have to rebrand you. Can you imagine being branded multiple times? As a man, as a woman, as a child, branded multiple times. You haven't even left for the States. So when MTR says, where's your compassion for people? He's absolutely right. I mean, I don't know if it's easier to have compassion for people when you're older, or it's easier to have compassion for people when you've been through things. There was no compassion in what she was saying about slavery being embellished. But whatever. I mean, the whole thing is just, listen, people can talk what they want to talk to about on their show or whatever, but that was terrible. Now, her making these statements, which I think are idiotic. This man might not think her statements are idiotic, probably because this might be the generator of those statements. I think they're idiotic, whether they come from him or Pearl. Either way, if Pearl is regurgitating these arguments that this man has put forth, whatever. Taking it as a whole, taking into account she's regurgitating this man's arguments and taking into account what she's done for Black content creators, taking into account my history with racist Black, racist white women and racist white men, young and old. If I take all of that into account and I sit back, I don't let my emotions drag me, incite me, prejudice me. I take all of it and I ask myself, is this 26-year-old girl, does this map out to what you know from all your experiences with young and old racist white women? Does it map on to her? And it doesn't. It doesn't. Maybe you disagree, and that's fine. Now, I was on an IG live yesterday, and Pearl comes up. What does Pearl start saying? Pearl starts saying that she wants to go to war. This 26-year-old girl talk about she want to go to war. That, she's, I don't want to misquote her, offended, enraged, or whatever, and she's hyped up. Why? That wasn't her stance before all of this stuff started. Well, I'll tell you what I think it is. And I could be wrong. This is just my thoughts on it. She did a interview slash collaboration with Obsidian. And in that collaboration, and then she also put out a video on her own channel. I think that video that she put out, the response to that video that she put out on her own channel, and the response that she got from Obsidian's channel is a big influence in this. What was this? What was the response? Support. She got so much support from Black people saying there's no way you should have apologized. There's no way you should have apologized. Now, everybody had their own different reasons about why she should apologize and why she should not apologize. There was a ton of support. Just go back and read the comments. And I think, again, I could be wrong. I think that support is kind of like, hey, people are supporting me. Let's go. You guys want to make hit pieces on me? Let's go. Do I think that's the right thing to do? No, it's not. Let me tell you guys some behind the scenes stuff. All mid-size and big YouTubers, we all have brands. I have the lead attorney brand. I have my reputation that I risk on a daily basis just coming out here and talking to y'all. Just Pearly Things has a brand. MTR has a brand. O'Shea Duke Jackson has a brand. Guys, we need to protect these brands. And sometimes our brands can be put at risk for things that are not of our doing. Sometimes you can get pulled into some shit. I don't want to go too far into this because I don't want to step out of my place. I will. Let me tell you about MTR for a second. I gotta be careful how I say this. MTR's brand got pulled into some shit. Y'all know MTR. Y'all know that dude's heart. Y'all know it. Is there a mob? Ah, yeah. Put the mob aside. We don't pay no damn attention to no mob. Y'all know this man. His brand got pulled into some shit. My brand got pulled into some shit. Now, not like his. I avoided a lot of the bullshit because I canceled my flight. I canceled my flight. I mean, not because of this. I just like, man, I ain't going all the way over there. Shout out to Melanie King. Melanie King's brand got pulled into some shit. Guys, listen. When your brand gets pulled, when you get pulled into some shit, guess what? You're in it. And you guys don't know the amount. You guys don't really know what it's like to have, 5,000 people commenting some shit. You go on IG, here go, what is this? You go on TikTok, what is this? You go on fucking Twitter, oh, you're running. Go on YouTube, weren't you over there with Pearl? Oh, you over there with the white girl. This is what I think that Pearl is not considering. Is if the little girls, say, "Oh, I want to go to war. I want to go." Okay, whatever. Okay. And I know some of y'all are like, "Oh, well, 26. I'm 25. She's a grown woman. She absolutely is a grown woman. She should absolutely be held accountable for whatever. 26 shit. You grown. I'll tell you this though, like once you get older, man, if you ain't 30, I don't even want to get into that. I look at myself when I was 26. Oh, some of this shit. I was just an idiot. And I don't think she's too far away. And this whole going to war thing, I think it's a bad idea. And I think that she should understand what it is to have to protect your brand. And she should also understand that it was her comments that caused it. And Pearl, either you're watching this or you're going to see it. And you need to take that into account. Some of these people made statements, but they would not have made those statements if it wasn't for you regurgitating shit. And now that they've had to make statements, now you want to go to war based on the statements that they made, which they kind of had to make to protect their brand based on what you said originally. And that's not fair. Now, regular people might not understand what I'm talking about. Content creators understand what I'm talking about. It's not their fault. Now, Pearl, you might not have liked the way that certain people responded. And you've got a lot of people backing you. A lot of people saying you should never apologize and this and that. I get it. But the only reason anybody is in this situation, is because of what you said. And other people got pulled in it. And I think that needs to be taken into account. So that is my stance on just pearly things. As all things, there's nuance to it. It's not black and white. If you agree with me, that's fine. If you disagree, that's fine too. Everybody can have their own opinion. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to drop the link. If you want to come up and agree with me, you can. If you want to come up and disagree with me, you can. There's only one rule. The rule is, please don't get too hype on your boy. I'm sitting here in a tie. All right. I just got out the damn song. Be easy. Hey, don't get too hype. But the only one rule is that you got to cam up. All right. This is how I feel about it. Other people don't feel that way about it. O'Shea Duke Jackson cussed me out for 45 minutes. He don't feel my way about it. That's fine. I told Osha, I was like, man, if you got to come out with a video blasting me, go ahead and do it. Ain't nothing that man, because that man can say, oh, fuck the lead and this and that. I will never say anything bad about that man. He just helped me out so much. Oh, you're biased, lead attorney. I'm biased. I'll never say anything bad about Kevin. Could I say some bad things about Kevin? Probably. He's helped me out so much. There's so many places me and Kevin disagreed. But he helped me out so much. So everybody feels differently. And I'm going to drop the link. And I'm going to let you come up. So let me drop this link. I'm going to pin it. And you guys can come up. The only rule, again, please don't get too hyped with me, guys, is that oh, and just to end the poll is Pearl a racist? 36% say yes, 38% say no, and 26% say don't know. So it's pretty much split. Pretty much split. But Pearl is not a racist. They by a few percentage points. They have it. So while you guys come in, thank you so much for supporting the stream. I know it's a lot longer and a lot more nuanced than a lot of people would want, but over here, I explain things. Shout out to Growth. Thank you so much, Growth. No comment, no question, just the pure love of the game. Shout out to the L Factor says MTR shouldn't have turned his back on Pearl. Well, this is what I was just talking about. MTR ain't have nothing to do with this bullshit. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the stuff that you guys don't see. And I have to be careful with what I say because I don't want to put too much shit in there. But hopefully you guys can read between some goddamn lines. MTR ain't have nothing to do with this. Shout out to Beauty and Beast. RC says our people quick to talk about others, but get salty when someone who isn't Black even pretends to have an opinion. We're way too sensitive as a people. Shout out to Beauty and Beast. Who else we got up in there? Shout out to ABL. We got a big dog. We got a big dog. What does Anthony Brown look? He says like, man, listen, I don't know if she's a racist, but she's certainly a moron. Listen. Shout out to Ass Fanatic says, I like to have you on a panel. How do I make that happen, man? I don't really be doing panels no more. It's tough to get me on a panel. But just email me, but it's tough. I will say that. 2 years ago, I was on everybody's panel. Kevin was like, you got to get off panels. Shout out to Vector. Vector said, ignorance of history is no excuse, like ignorance of law is no excuse. Ignorant racism still is racism, like breaking the law due to ignorance of a criminal. Okay. Shout out to What Was Said. I think it's less about her being a racist and more about her exhibiting microaggressions, just like a lot of Americans. Her privilege allows her to play dumb, and we are triggered. Shout out to Mile High Twin says, LOL, I voted I don't know because I thought it said ratchet, not racist. Shout out to all the ratchets, boy. And, to be fair to Pearl, man, she got a lot of ratchet people over there. Shout out to HB Gone Global says, 40% of you don't know how white supremacy works. Their job is to play dumb. Shake my head. None of what she said was funny and not rocking with it. Okay. I mean, how do you disagree with that? How do you disagree with that? Shout out to Goddess Divine. Mira nomás. La Goddess Divine. ¿Cómo estás? Mm, todavía ahí en California. O sea, ¿me vas a encontrar ahí en Colorado? Guys, we're going to Colorado. Shout out to my man Centennial G. We're going to do a meetup out there in Colorado. It'll probably be in the wintertime. A ver si vas. We're gonna go. We're gonna go skiing. We're gonna try to ski, not break our legs. Shout out to Goddess Divine. Shout out to Millennial Mark TV. Millennial Mark TV. Thank you so much, brother. What does Millennial Mark TV say? Says it's always a pleasure to catch you live. Let me go ahead and grab that sponsor spot from one high value man to another. Shout out to my man Millennial Mark TV. Let me go ahead and do as my man suggested. Let me put him as the stream sponsor. Guys, I always say the stream sponsor is the person who has given the biggest super chat. Right here, we got Millennial Mark TV becoming the stream sponsor. Thank you so, so much, Millennial Mark TV. And if one of the mods can put Millennial Mark TV's channel in the chat, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. All right, let us bring up our first contestant. I'm going to get to the super chats, but when y'all bless me like this, I like to get right to some content. Let's bring up Average Joe. Average Joe, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. I was trying to come up yesterday when you did your live on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
But I ran into some trouble.
No problem. So what do you think about this Just Pearly thing?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so there was something I didn't know until today that I saw.
Mm-hmm.
She was on No Jumper.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam 22 brought up Nick Fuentes, whatever his name is. I apologize for that.
No, you're fine.
And he said to Pearl, he literally said, because she didn't know who he was, and he said, "I think y'all have a lot of." He said that they're very similar in their thoughts.
Okay.
Now we know what Nick Fuentes thinks. How would somebody like Pearl have similar outlooks to a guy like that?
Well, I don't know, because who knows what he meant when he said it. I will say this though. Pearl is a staunch conservative. I would imagine that this Nick guy is a staunch conservative. It's my understanding that Pearl loves Candace Owens. Do you know what Candace Owens is? A staunch conservative.
Oh, definitely.
I was really surprised. There's so many black men in the Mansophere that are staunch conservatives. That shocked me. I'm from the South, where when I was growing up, everybody was just a Democrat. You just took it for granted, which is why the Democrats have not really, helped us a lot, because they've been taking our shit for granted. But go ahead.
I apologize, but you also have to understand too, like the Black Manosphere, a lot of the viewpoints on how they live life is very conservative in the first place. I mean, to be the original definition of a Republican is that y'all focused more on family and community.
Yeah, so I don't want to get really. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, let's not get too political. Now, let me get back to Pearl though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get back to Pearl. I think for the biggest issue that nobody seemed to focus on ain't just her comments, but like I said, the lack of pushback. And even MTR expressed that his issue was the lack of pushback, not just her ignorance. I saw when he was finding out about it during the live stream, and some of the comments he was hearing, he was like, okay, that ain't too bad. That ain't too bad. Till it got to till he got to see the whole thing about the the slave thing, then that was his nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I agree. I saw no pushback. No pushback. If you're saying
there was no pushback,
I saw none of that.
King Rich's woman gave pushback, and she was Italian, just like Nick. It is like, wow. So she gave the pushback, but not Pearl, not the one that's benefiting from us. But let me ask you, TLA,
mm-hmm.
what is is she redeemable?
I mean, to some people, no. To some people, no. To people who think that she's a racist, why would you even want to redeem her? Right? I mean, no one's
I
walking around
mean,
trying to redeem racists. But to other
I mean,
people, I don't know if you saw all the support that she was getting on Obsidian's channel. I don't know if you saw all the support that she's getting on her own channel. You know, you say if she's redeemable, it's a lot of folks that are Team Pearl. So, you know,
right.
some people will never redeem her, and some people don't, they didn't see anything bad from the start. They saw some fucked up comments, but okay. Like it's not to a point that she needed to be redeemed at all. So, you know, I got a
I
lot of
guess
people. I got a lot of people back here. So let me go ahead and drop you down. But thank you so much for coming up, pimp. I really appreciate it. All right.
no problem.
Shout out to my man Average Joe. Shout out to my man Average Joe. And again, thank you so much, Millennial Mark TV. If you guys want to come up, you certainly can. Guys, listen. The back is full right now, but you know we're going to be cycling people through. I want to hear all y'all's opinions on this. Shout out to Lorenzo. Lorenzo says most people don't know how to separate Black people from Black culture. So when you criticize the culture, we think they are criticizing us as Black people. We need to learn to separate the two. Interesting. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. Shout out to Watch for Stars. Watch for Stars says, shout out to the handsome Mr. TLA. Nothing but respect for you and your platform, sir. Take care and be blessed. Shout out to Watch for Stars. Thank you. Super, super sweet of you. Super generous. Shout out to Prescott Game says, old folks say silence is a form of agreement. Stop being blind, my people. That turn the other cheek mess got our ancestors killed and they died broke. All right. Thank you so much, Press Forgot Game. Shout out to the man, the legend, the intentional millionaire sitting over there with the millions. What does he say? He says, unless you making money, we are too broke as a community to be arguing about YouTubers being racist. Some of us got to go to a job with racist co-workers and they don't say anything. Man, let's get this money. Okay. Salute to the content creators getting paid. Shout out to the man, intentional millionaire. He knows a thing or two about getting some money. And his points are well taken. Like if you're from this, I already talked about this, but if you're from the South, man, you're surrounded by white people who have views. Now, there's a line, you know, where does the line start where, okay, you're a racist and you're not? It can depend, right? And, you know, what y'all remember when Trump wasn't it a thing when Trump was running and then everybody, the Facebook, people just started, I mean, friendships that lasted 10, 20 years started crumbling over the whole Trump thing, right? And some of the stuff that people were saying. Some of this people being exposed and all this and all that, right? People will have views, guys. You know, you were best friends for 20 years and now they want to vote for Trump. Now you can't talk to them. I mean, I don't know how to call it. I don't know how to call it. It's tough. But thank you so much, Intentional Millionaire. If one of the mods could drop the link to my man's channel in the chat, thank you so much. Let us bring up our man. Well, let me bring up our man George. George, how are you doing, sir?
Hey, thanks for having me on, TLA. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for coming up. You
Yeah,
know what do you think about all this this Just Pearly thing situation?
you know, I'm like you in the sense that when I saw the comments and I saw the clip, the way she was trying to describe it, I thought, oh boy, this is a train wreck waiting to happen right here. Just kind of like the way she came across and everything was not well informed about the whole thing and the way she put it. So in on the whole, I think the criticism of her is mostly justified, and all that. So what I would say, and if I could take a step back and look at a broader picture, I'm fortunate to be on another content creators panel, and on that panel, we talk about race related stuff a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a very eye-opening experience for me and also for the other people on the panel, because we're hearing different points of view. and it gets, sometimes it gets kind of heated. And what my point about this is that I think with the pearly things discussion, I think it's important that we have those discussions. And in the early going, people are going to get their feelings hurt. Things are going to happen, right? But I personally think that as long as there's this narrative, from my perception, there's this narrative that white people really don't have a place at the table to talk about slavery, racial issues, or anything. It's almost like my perception is it's almost kind of like you sit down and shut up, and we're going to tell you how it is. And I'm like, well, as long as that persists, I think you're alienating the people. People can get alienated and feel like, hey, what the fuck? I'm just going to be called a racist if I disagree with something, or if I say something. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Listen, let me jump in with what George is saying. I 100% agree with what George is saying. This is why Dan Carlin could not bless us with all the knowledge about slavery until 2023, because he is a white man. But, as a white man, you start talking about slavery, it is the third rail, right? So many people criticize Pearl for a number of things, but one of the things that I heard that was said was like, what are you talking about Black issues for, right? What are you talking about slavery for? What are you talking about our experience for, right? Which is exactly what George is saying. But it's like, if you want to have a discussion, right, it's important to allow everyone to have a voice. And then you can criticize it if you want to, or you can support it either way. People are like, oh, she has a relationship channel. She needs to shut up about slavery. Let this girl do what she want to do on her damn channel. I have a channel about legal issues. I help so many men over here talking about marriage and divorce. Every now and then, I want to talk about goddamn Tasha K. Oh, why are you talking about Tasha K? Listen, if you've got a channel, you can talk about what you want on your channel. Right. Now, I'm kind of taking it over from a content perspective, but what George is saying is absolutely right. Guys, if you want to have a full discussion on slavery, on racism, all people need to be invited to that discussion. And then when someone says something that you don't agree with, can't necessarily flip out, right? And maybe you can flip out, maybe you can't. That's one thing. But what you shouldn't say is you shouldn't be invited to the table.
Right.
Right. And I think that's what George is saying. And I absolutely agree with him. Everybody should be invited to the table and then just weigh the merits of what they're saying. If they say some dumb shit, some buffoonery shit, call it out. But don't say, oh, take this dude's seat away, right? Especially on the basis of race. Dan Carlin's podcast on slavery was so good, but he was never going to do it. Why? Because of what George is saying. And, the podcasting world would have missed out. I would have missed out. I learned so much. As a Black man, I learned so much about slavery from this white man. I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to sit here and go through all the history books and this and that. But if someone can just, do all of the hundreds of hours of research and then just lay it out for me, I will be super thankful. And I will take that knowledge, right? I'm not going to sit here and try to build an iPhone from scratch. But if you put it together for me, I'll buy it. And I'm benefited by being able to buy this. I'm benefited by Dan Carlin's podcast on slavery, but he needs to have a seat at the table to be able to inform us about it. So George, I 100% agree with what you're saying, brother. Shout out your podcast. Did you say you were on a panel? You got a YouTube channel or something like that?
Yeah. I'm on it's been a panelist you've had on your show before, and I don't want to say their name.
No, you can. It's no problem. You can.
On the Block with Jen.
That's a panel right there. You and Jen on the panel. Okay, I can see when you said it gets heated. Okay, now I understand.
Yeah, it does. And interestingly enough, she sort of sides with some of my points of view on things
Mm-hmm.
that, it's really different. But yeah, I remember talking about that. Yeah, when I didn't want to bring it up because I was like, I know the whole.
Yeah,
I'll
it
get,
was a thing.
yeah, I was like, okay. And then, but anyway, man, I want to tell you, I really appreciate the work you're doing here. And one final thing is a bit off topic, but when you had that guy Ruslan KD on your show,
Mm-hmm.
and you were talking to him and you were trying to explain to him from your experience what you knew,
Mm-hmm.
I felt for you so much, man, and I totally got your frustration. In my world and what I do, I encounter a lot of the same thing. People are talking about things that they really don't know anything about whenever I'm trying to say it's a more nuanced discussion that we need to have about this. But, I'm in IT and in analysis and stuff like that. But yeah, I really appreciate what you do, man. And just hearing you from your point of view in terms of on racial issues, when you do talk about it, I learned something. And what the biggest thing that I've learned so far, and I think if I had to be the voice for the white people, I
We
think
got the white delegation
the
here.
white
Okay,
delegation
okay.
is, I think white people need to understand that there's black culture and white culture, and they are two different things.
Yeah.
I think that white people as a whole tend to want to homogenize everything, whereas they see blacks as kind of like, how come you're not like me? Well,
Mm.
there's a big difference. There is a definite cultural difference, and we've got to, I think we need to recognize that and respect it. And one of the things on race issues I like to talk about, it's not that it's not really about the skin color so much. Lead attorney, it's about the cultural values
Mm-hmm.
on any side, right? And everybody's got toxic cultural values that in their culture, and then they've got some good stuff. And so my whole thing is, whether you're black, white, yellow, brown, whatever, is get rid of the toxic cultural values that are holding you back, and then move forward. Yeah, I'm not trying to minimize or say, like what the black experience here has been, is I'm not trying to minimize that at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, in no shape or form am I saying that. But it's a lot of cultural dynamics and things like that. This is where it's like when they talk about institutional racism, to an extent, I agree with it. That point of view might surprise you, but I do, to an extent, because in the early
Here we go, guys. Here we go. Okay,
Here we go.
Here we go. All right. No, go ahead, George. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll finish up here. And but anyway, it's like, I think the initial discussion about it when things were first created, there's a lot of truth to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of think, just as a summary, is that it's kind of like today. It's kind of like when you're trying to bring it forward to today, some of that stuff may be a little bit overblown, or it may be you're looking for traces of things that maybe is or is not there. I don't know. I'm not trying to say it's not there. That's just my perception of it. But yeah. And the other thing that I think about is, like, you yourself, you talk about how, you were one of 3 people that graduated from law school at the University of Georgia. And I think about that, and I'm like, even though it was a very small minority, and I'm not saying this to patronize you in any shape or form, but I kind of think of you as a modern day success story. I mean, that I don't know how you grew up. I'm from Florida, so we're basically, I know when you talk about the South and some of the things that go on here, I could completely relate to you. And so, but I kind of look at that as like, that's a sign to me that this country has made some strides in that area, a lot. And I'll end it on, Barack Obama got elected twice.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, you want
Yeah.
to talk about strides for our country? I mean,
Yeah,
you're absolutely right about that.
But
yeah,
there's still plenty of work to do. Don't get me wrong, but
right.
But anyway, man, I really appreciate what you do, and I'm a subscriber to your channel and everything, man. So I really appreciate it. So Hopefully, I
All
didn't
right.
rile up your chat too much. So
Oh, listen, thank you for coming up. Listen, I want everybody to have a seat at the table. And I thought some of your points were right on. Were right on. So thank you so much, George. I appreciate it.
Okay,
You
have a good night.
tell Jen I said hey.
I will.
All right, right. All right, guys. Shout out to George. Shout out to Urban Mask. Urban Mask says being ignorant of the law doesn't absolve you of a crime. That's true. Same goes with knowledge of history. She knows what she said. No one is going to spit in your face in 2023. Denon, the past is racism evolving. All right. Thank you so much, Urban Mask. We got Victoria. Victoria says, let's not forget Kyrie Irving. He is not a racist and he lost so much more than just pearly things. Where is the ADL for Black folks? Thank you. Shout out to Quellum. Quellum7 says, this 24-year-old white girl living rent-free in these people's heads. Some are twice her age. Shake my head. Thank you, Quellum. Shout out to E. Capone says, respect lead. Shout out to my man, E. Capone. Thank you so much. Obrigado. Obrigado. Who else we got up in here? And thank y'all for supporting your boy, man. I hope the chat isn't too crazy. But sometimes every now and then we got to talk about some sensitive things. Shout out to Drew Beach. Drew Beach says Black Manosphere died when KS passed. He was showing us how it's done. KS never beef with creators, or did y'all forget? Just Pearly Things never said she is in Black Manosphere. Stop putting her there. Ignorant and racism are two different things. Two different things. Shout out to Drew Beats. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Ocean. Ocean says, so in a nutshell, Lead gives her a pass. A pass on the statements. I mean, if you want to say me calling them stupid and idiotic and uninformed and regurgitated from this man as a pass, okay. Because it wasn't as racist as what he's experienced in the past. I mean, that could be fair. Because racism doesn't evolve. I don't know if racism evolves. I know the forms in which it's demonstrated evolve, but Black men down bad on the world stage. Bad. And this is another thing that I told you too, guys. And this is what he says, Ocean. He says that Black men down bad on the world stage. Guys, YouTube is so huge. First of all, YouTube is not the world. But even though YouTube is like the world is here and then YouTube is right here. Right? So the world is here, YouTube is right here. But if you focus in on YouTube, YouTube itself is humongous. And Pearl is like right here. Like Pearl, just one little, YouTube is humongous and Pearl is right here. And Ocean's like, oh, Black men are down bad on the world stage. It's like, okay. But thank you so much. Shout out to Gregory Nicholson. It's a blessing, TLA, for real. Thank you so much, Gregory. Really appreciate it. But guys, I don't know. So let's bring up. So we've got some men in here. Let's bring up some estrogen. Let's see what the women folks talking about. Let us bring up Ayana Sky. Ayana, how are you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much for coming up. What do you think about this whole Just Pearly thing situation?
So just in general, I feel like we all have opinions, right? I just feel like what she said was wrong, completely wrong. But I don't know, like sometimes, like, especially because I'm from New York, I'm from Bed-Stuy, so I've been around Black people. My mom is Black, all that stuff. And I've always heard them say, little things about white people, but I'm not like, oh, you're a racist, you should stop X, Y, and Z. And the thing is like, we all have opinions. I just don't want us to be, be like, oh, monetized, where it's like anything that we say is like, oh, we can't say that, like, oh, we'll get in trouble. Oh, like everybody has their opinions. Who cares? If you don't want to support her, just don't support her. Like, that's it. Just unfollow. I unfollowed her. That was it. and it is what it is.
It is what it is.
But
And guys, listen, she's raising a great point too. And y'all let me know if this is true or not. But when she was talking, it made me think about the phrase double standard.
yes.
Because I don't want to get into the argument of whether or not Black people can be racist, because people will argue about that. But Black people can certainly be prejudiced, certainly be biased. And I
Yeah.
will tell you, as a 46-year-old Black man, that I have never been in a relationship with a white woman. I've never had sex with a white woman. I've never kissed a white woman. Now, 46 years old. Is that a coincidence? Right? All of y'all are saying that, there's all these racist white women that are trying to get with Black dudes. Could I have gotten a rando white woman or something back in the day? Yes. Did I? No. Why is that? Am I prejudiced? But if I say, if I go on Tasha K's platform and I say, "Oh, Tasha K, I've never slept with a white woman," I'm gonna get applauded over there. But like, "Oh, Lee, damn, you holding it down for the sisters, right?" You get applauded. Is that a double standard? And listen, y'all know Black people, and I don't want to get too incendiary. White folks smell like dogs and this and that. Like what Ayan is saying is true. Right. But, when your uncle says something about white people, do you feel that same outrage? Right. It's you don't. Now, is it a double standard? Is there a reason for the double standard? Can you try to justify the double standard with logic? Oh, this maybe so. But, Ayan is raising a point.
Yeah,
Right.
I just to move, like, you know what I mean? If we don't like it, then just move a different way. Like, we just talk about it, but it's just like it's a double standard. Like, I don't want to be monetized if I have an opinion about something. Like, I don't want to. I just think that if you don't like what she says, don't follow her. You don't have to look at her content anymore, and move by actions instead of just talking about it. I feel like in the Black community, we just love to talk, but no actions follow behind it of saying, no, we're not tolerating this. Like, I'm just going to unfollow her, and we're just not going to watch her content anymore.
Right. Yeah, I think that's such a great point, Yana. I'm glad you called in, because you're saying stuff that really no one has said on this stream, beforehand. So I really appreciate your perspective, and I think you're right. No problem. Shout out to Yana. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, excellent. And guys, what she was saying about following through, I don't even really want to get on this, man. Everybody's talking about what Pearl should or shouldn't do on her own channel. Fair enough. But is everybody free to start a channel? Pearl saying, "Oh, she's exploiting this or she's exploiting that." Fair enough. Can you go up here and start exploiting this or that? What did Omi and the Hellcat say? Omi and the Hellcat had hundreds of millions of dollars. What did he say? He said, "I saw an exploit, I saw a hole, and I ran through it." Can you run through some holes? Or is it just the 26-year-old white girl? There's so much game, man. And there's so many people that are here to help you out. Shout out to my brother, O'Shea Duke Jackson. I say you just blessed me with a 50,000. O'Shea has helped he's helped more Black content creators than anybody on the platform. He's absolutely willing to help you out. Where's your channel? He comes and talks. He just offered to come to talk to my mastermind again, double up. And going to bring his editor. He's willing to help. I have courses. I'm willing to help. I do consultations. I'm willing to help. Meet Kevin. I took Meet Kevin's course. He's willing to help. MTR helped me. He's willing to help. Just Pearly Things charges $1,000 an hour. She's willing to help. She's willing to help for $1,000 an hour. She helped my mastermind people for free. guys, where's your channels? Right? What do they say about free speech? Like everyone should be able to say what they want to say, and then you have the opportunity to rebut it. You have the opportunity to denounce it. If she's doing messed up stuff on her channel, you have the opportunity to start your channel and do it the right way. If you think you can do it better, run it. We all out here running it. Where are you? For these specific people, not everybody, but these specific people who are trying to tell somebody what they can or cannot do on their own channel. You're in this lane, so you need to stay in this lane. I wish somebody would tell me to stay in a fucking lane. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm supposed to stay in a lane because that's what you want? I mean, Pearl she was better than me because some of the people saying some shit on that goddamn thing. Like, stay in your lane. Are you listen, talking about YouTube, man? Let me bring up Joe. Joe, how are you doing, brother?
Hello, man. What's good, Lee?
Good. It's good to see you. Now, what is your what is your take on just Pearly things? Do you think she's racist?
Well, I'll tell you something, okay?
Okay.
So, I didn't see the whole thing. I saw a few clips out of what she said, okay? But through my experience with dealing with her, and of course, she brought me to you. And for the people who don't know, I'm your editor.
Yes, you are my editor. You do my clips. And you also were Pearl's editor. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have some experience with Pearl.
Yeah. So there's one situation, the Western Union and how bullshit it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So I told her, like, if you could pay me through Western Union, and Pearl, she's a busy girl. She got no time. And she sat down with me for 1 hour trying to figure out how to. And that's like pure, let's say, kindness. She
Yeah.
doesn't have to, she doesn't need to, but she did it anyway.
And just where are you
So
from? Let's just get your heritage. Where are you
yeah,
from?
I'm from Iraq.
So you're from Iraq. Okay.
Yeah. And through that experience, I could tell she's not racist because I dealt with racism. I know what racism looks like. And it doesn't even come close to just color. There's like different kind of racism. I dealt with sectarian racism in the religion, you know?
Oh, you
And
sectarians. Okay, so that's a different form of racism.
yeah,
We don't really know about sectarian racism in the United
yeah.
States.
So I dealt with that. Of course, being an Arab is something else, with terrorism and shit. So I don't think Pearl is anywhere near racism. I think she might said something ignorant. I don't think she is racist. Because with ignorance, there's a lot of people who are ignorant and would say stupid shit because they think they are saying something because they read about it. But they didn't do the research. They didn't talk to the people. They just read something, they form an opinion or maybe copied an opinion and just said it. And that's like all YouTube. It's majority, like, for example, the red pill. They always say things about Islam and how Islam is better for the Western and how you should go to the East to marry a woman. But they don't know nothing. They just copying or saying things without doing the research, without doing just being ignorant.
Yeah,
That's
I've heard Pearl and other people talk about, promiscuity being haram and stuff like that, right? But it's like, what do we really know over here about haram, as generally Christians?
No, they know nothing.
Right.
That's really a problem. I think that's like a majority.
No, I hear you. Well, listen, thank you so much, Joe. You have some kind of you have an insider's view of Pearl since you were one of her editors. So I appreciate you coming up and giving us your experience. So thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
No problem. Shout out to Joe. Joe says, listen, man, I was supposed to get paid, and we have a problem with Western Union, and she sat there for an hour trying to figure out how to send this money to me. Now we need to be honest and say, just because you're friendly with, people from Iraq doesn't mean that you can't be prejudiced against Latinos, right? I'm sure there are some people who are racist against blacks who are not racist against Asians or, whatever. But, Joe's point is well taken. Shout out to Christ Manson says, I grew up in Boston. Just being the wrong kind of black, white, or religion in a neighborhood could lead to a scrap. Yeah, man, Boston is tough. I've never been there, but like from what I've heard about it, it's like, Jesus Christ. And it's cold, and you got to shovel snow. Like, come on, right? Shout out to Mike L. Mike L says, I'm 34 from Birmingham, okay? Listen, some of y'all are from, California. Some of y'all from New York. What is my man Mike says? Says the lead is preaching, and it's not even Sunday. I am not saying that the South has some lockhold on racism or anything, but Birmingham? Let me tell you something. Mike L knows what a racist white woman looks like. He really does. Shout out to Mike L, boy. Shout out to Saeed Simmons says, not the time to long stroke. This is serious. See? You know what I'm saying? Somebody paid $2 and then want to tell you how to run your channel. All right? Shout out to Z. Thank you for the $2, brother. Shout out to First Gen Corporate. Thank you so much, First Gen Corporate. First Gen Corporate says, TLA, we disagree here. Your form of racism, Southern, is not the only type. Fair enough. We can classify it like murders by degree. As an expert in Black history, trust me, slavery is not exaggerated. Roots was the light end of it. Well, first generation, you're saying that slavery was not exaggerated. Now I don't even want to get into, what this man is talking about, right? But, people can agree or disagree. Now, when you say you disagree with me, slavery is exaggerated. I'm telling you, I'm not saying that slavery is exaggerated. You got to take that up with him and Pearl. With this dude and Pearl, you take up whether or not slavery is exaggerated. I could have never lasted in slavery. So I'm not sure where you're trying to get an argument from me about that, but Roots was amazing. There will never be another Roots, man. Guys, y'all don't understand. For the young ones, we watched all 37 chapters of Roots in school. It's amazing. Like, that was part of the curriculum. They showed it for a whole week in school. Every single student watched Roots. When you think about it now, it's like, they don't want to teach us about slavery or anything, but they had damn 9-year-olds watching Kunta Kinte getting whipped. Like, what the fuck? Like, them were days back there, man. The 80s were for real. Shout out to Growth Talk with Kofa says, I'm 41, in the Army 15 years. I grew up in Columbus and Ozark, Alabama. You are preaching on real racism. Some Black folks are still missing from the 90s. From the 90s. All right, so shout out to Growth. I know what you guys are saying, and I don't even want to get into it. Shout out to the Intentional Millionaire says, if she is a racist, we must not allow this to divide us as a community. If she is a racist and you fight among the community, you help her position to cause more of a divide. This is a great point. This is an absolute great point. Intentional Millionaire is okay. Let's assume she is a racist, right? Let's assume that she she's parroting these ideas and she absolutely believes them, and, she's racist against Black folks. What now? If this 26-year-old white girl is racist, are we going to allow this to divide the whole community? That's a great point. That is an absolutely great point. All right. Why? People are wilding out. And I'm not sure any of the people that are wilding out are older and from the South. And, maybe we are, I don't know. But shout out to the intentional millionaire. I mean, he brings up a great point. A great point. Shout out to First Gen Corporate. Says, would she ever make light of the Holocaust? Not on YouTube. I don't think so. Going forward, she needs to stay in her lane. Here we go. If you want to trigger me, someone tell a YouTuber to stay in their lane. And First Gen Corporate, you've been on the channel. Are you a content creator yourself? I mean, it's one thing for a non-content creator to say some idiotic stuff like stay in your lane. It's a whole nother thing for a content creator to tell another content creator to stay in her lane. Let me tell you, as a content creator, you're going down the wrong road. Tell somebody to stay in their lane on their damn YouTube channel. And you're a young buck. How old are you? You about 26, 24 too, right? I'm just telling you, brother, that's not a position that you want to have, going around telling people to stay in their lane. Ocean, shout out to Ocean. Ocean says, let's say the same thing about the Jews. I assure you, no one would be capping for her. She would have lost everything. Not in the Black community. Sad. Now she's Black. Okay. All right. I get it. Who else we got? Oh, we got the I thought I saw the results from the Is She Racist poll. I think the results got away from me. But I think the results were, 37% she is racist, and then 40% she's not racist, and then the 20 or 18 or whatever that they don't know. Shout out to First Gen Corporate. Shout out to Coney. Coney says, to First Gen Corporate, waiting to see you sensitive about the gangs that are terrorizing Black neighborhoods. Coney saying, oh, First Gen Corporate, you got a lot of anger. Telling this YouTuber to stay in her place, you got a lot of rage. Okay. Where's your rage about Cynthia G? Where's your rage about the gangs? There's so many big things you could rage about. The 26-year-old white girl got you. Is what Coney's saying, is that fair? First Gen Corporate ain't giving up. Says two things can be true here. It's not that complicated, man. Slave owners violated women over their lifetime. That's true. I'm 18% white. I think that's a direct cause. What are you saying about sexual? Okay, you're talking to somebody. Now you're fighting with people in the damn chat through Super Chat. So that's throwing me off, because I'm thinking you talking to me and you talking to somebody in the damn chat. Let me bring up the sponsor thus far. Let me bring up my man, Millennial Mark TV. How are you doing, brother?
How's it going, Lead?
Man, now listen, shout out your channel. Let them know that you are a high value man and from what state you're in, right? You might know a little something about.
Well, look, it's funny. I'm in Texas, but I'm from Georgia, and I'm from, you're in Atlanta. I'm from Georgia, Central Georgia. I've seen racism.
Central Georgia is a real Georgia. Yeah, and now you're in Texas. What do you think about this whole situation with Chis Pearly things?
I wouldn't necessarily jump out there and call her racist, because I've personally seen real racism outside of just from where I grew up. Even when I lived in North Carolina and I was in law enforcement for 5 years, I've worked with actual racists, and I saw what racism looked like. Real racism has power behind it.
Yeah.
What we see usually when we say racism, we're talking about name calling, picking fun at each other. But I've personally seen real racism. Now, on the flip side, I see how some people can look at what she said and say that it's racist. I'll say that she's misinformed, she's dingy, she's ignorant. would I call her racist based off my experience with real racism? No. She's just dingy. She's ill-informed at best. You know. Now,
Listen.
but I'm not mad at the people who are saying she's racist. One thing that I'd love to see us not continue to do is allow situations like this to divide us, because one thing that we constantly fight about is we're not a monolith. People are allowed to have different, views and opinions. So, some people say she's racist because of the comments, and I mean they were way out of line. I completely agree with MTR. The way he laid his statement out to her, I was in complete agreement. But will I call her racist just based off the fact that I've seen real racism? I've seen it. I've seen what it looked like. I've seen it in uniform. I've seen real racists with the power to exert racism on our people and use it. I've seen that. So, she's just a dingy white girl, in my opinion.
Listen. There's no way you can compare her and her ability to talk about these topics to someone who's dedicated their life to it. Right? I think, just Pearly Thing said, right before she started YouTube, she was selling like copiers, or she was selling something. I don't know. It's like, come on. Like, you're talking about
it's funny, Lee. I've actually, of course, because you understand the industry that I'm in. I go into a lot of people's homes, and most of my customers are white people. I've actually done work for a legit past Klan member. My man had his sheets in the closet. I've seen this.
Wow.
I mean, you got the glass case with the mammy jars and all of this old minstrel era stuff. They collect that stuff. I've seen real racists.
I mean,
it's just an ignorant, dingy white girl, man.
it's kind of like she's being propped up.
Yeah, she don't hold the power to really exert racism as the way the system of racism. No, that's all I got. I know you got a lot of people in the back, so I ain't gonna hold you up.
Well,
I don't think she's racist. She's ignorant. She's dingy. She was out of line. She needs to be checked. Hey, look, does YouTube have a what they call a racial and diversity training department? Maybe she should take that class.
Go take the class. Well, listen, thank you so much, Millennial Mark TV. Let everybody know where they can find you and what you're up to.
Yeah, so you can check me out, Millennial Mark TV. My content is not entertainment. So if you look for entertainment, it's definitely not entertainment. But if you're looking to figure out how to get to that money and you want to learn how to be skillfully self-employed, that's what my channel is all about. So you can definitely look me up, Millennial Mark TV, and hey, maybe you'll see something you want to get into.
All right, y'all go check out Millennial Mark TV. All right, there are riches and niches. As my man is printing cash out there, he will show you how to do it. Thank you so much, Millennial Mark TV. I appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, Lee.
All right, let's talk. Oh, we got Nikolai Vista. God damn. Oh my God. Blessing the stream, a new sponsor. Thank you so much, Nikolai. Let me put you in the banner, and thank you as well, of course, to my man Millennial Mark TV. Absolutely, we got a new sponsor right here, though. So let me put him in. We got our man Nikolai, who is constantly supporting me, supporting the stream, supporting my channel. Blessing it with $200. Thank you, Nikolai. I put you in the banner. And again, thank you so much to Millennial Mark TV as well for being a stream sponsor. What does my man say? He says, let me bring it up. Where'd it go? Oh, man. All right, here it is. What does my man say? He says, lead. I don't think Pearl is racist. I do know this. Her content is not rooted in any experiential learning. She's a silver spooner. There is no heartbeat to her message. She has never been married, no children, and Destiny exposed her silliness. Abba and Preach did a great episode on it. Yeah, man. I mean, listen, this is a criticism that is, I don't know how she gets around it. You're 26 years old, never been married, no children, and just like, where's the experience? Can you get up and talk about things that you've heard? Absolutely. But can you really explain it in a way? What did he say? Nikolai said there's just no heartbeat to her message. Hopefully, guys, when y'all tune into my channel and y'all see me explaining stuff on the law, there's a heartbeat in it. When y'all see me talking to these men, when they ask me about their relationships, they ask me about their fiancés, they ask me about their wives. Like, there's a heartbeat to it. There's a compassion to it. There's experience tied to it, And you may or may not agree with it, but there's a force behind it. And when Nikolai is saying, it's like, when you're 26, is it even possible for you to have force behind what you're saying if you don't have any experience? And shout out to Abba and Preach, because they came at Pearl. Nikolai is exactly right. Abba and Preach came at Pearl about her lack of experience talking about marriage. Now, I used part of that clip that they were talking about Pearl, and I applied it to other people, because Pearl is not the only one who talks without having any understanding or experience in what they're saying. And it's interesting that you mentioned Destiny, because we were talking to Destiny. I was talking to Destiny about it. Destiny wants to get on the Google and pull up the stats on the Google and Bing or whatever. He wants to pull up the stats and the studies. Do you know how to interpret this stuff? Just Pearly thing says, oh, this man, he did studies. This man did research. Okay, Pearl, do you know how to interpret his studies? Do you know how to interpret his research? Or are you just accepting his conclusions? These are real criticisms. Right? Shout out to everybody. Put Nikolai in the damn chat, man. God damn. Everybody put Nikolai in the chat. Y'all know I don't ask you for nothing, but like, where's the soul? Where's, I mean, that's for real. That's for real. Let me see here. Let us bring up Adrian. I'll bring you up right next, Adrian. Let's bring up Living Out Loud. Living Out Loud, how are you doing?
I'm doing just well. Can you hear me?
Oh, Living Out Loud, your sound is all messed up. It's all crackling and stuff when you talk.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're not gonna. Can you take out the wires? Maybe the wires are all messed up. Try to and talk that way. All right, say something now.
Was that better?
A little bit. It's still cracking. But we'll try. We'll try. You can just kind of make it brief because you got some audio issues. What do you think about this Just Pearly thing?
Well, I do not think that she is a racist. Okay. I had the audacity to move the door to a couple who don't look like me, and I know exactly what racism sounds like. Okay. And that's not what I heard from her. Now, what I did hear was a content creator make a statement, make a polarizing statement, and she knew she was about to make a polarizing statement because she said they are going to get me for this. Who is they?
Right.
They are her Africans. Now that's where I have my problem. Her Africans, or whoever she's talking about, is going to have an issue with what she's about to say. Now, is she a racist? No. Is she a good content creator? Yes, because now we are having conversation about what she said.
Listen, I mean, you guessed it exact. Listen. What did she just say? She said, is she a racist? No. Is she a great content creator? Yes, because we are all talking about her content. Man, no one has ever said it like that. You put your finger on it. I mean, that listen, you are really like pulling back the layers. What is it? What has everybody been talking about for the past week? Right? This content creator. Right? And what is she? A content creator. Listen, shout out to Live It Out Loud, the podcast. And y'all go check her out. If there are any mods in the chat, if you could please put her channel in the chat. Excellent person, wise, observant, really calling stuff out. That is excellent. She was listening with the good ear, right? Listen, thank you so much, Living Out Loud, the podcast. I wish I could have you up longer, but your audio is an issue. But thank you so much. Really appreciate your insight and your perspective on this. All right, shout out to Living Out Loud, the podcast. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Listen, she said it in a way where it just puts don't it put some emphasis on it? She says, what can we all agree with Pearl? What can every single person in this chat agree with? Is she racist or not? Never agree to that. Every single person in here will agree that she's a content creator. What has everyone been talking about for the past week? And yesterday, she gets on my live, and what does she say? She says she wants to go to war. Now, what is war to a 26-year-old white girl? I don't know. What it sounds to me is a continuation of the content. Does she want the content to end? Apparently not if she wants to start a war. Shout out to Living Out Loud podcast. I don't know, man. That's deep right there. And again, thank you so much, Nikolai. Really, really appreciate that, brother. Thank you for sponsoring the stream. I always say, guys, that the person who leaves the biggest super chat is the stream sponsor. Shout out to Big Poppy Adventure says, love you here at Big Poppy Adventure at Pearly Thing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just Pearly Things. If you're watching, you got somebody that loves you out there, Big Poppy. Shout out to, let me see if I can get another super chat in here before I bring somebody else up. Man, there's a lot of people commenting in this damn thing. Shout out to First. Here comes again, like arguing in the damn thing. First Gen Corporate says Thomas Sowell is an economist, not a historian. What is my man First Gen talking about? He's talking about this man. Who is this man? This is the man that Pearl got her information from. When Pearl says slavery is embellished, she's got that from this guy. When Pearl says some of her stuff about racism and the system and the government, she's getting it from this guy. What does First Gen Corporate say? It says this guy right here. This guy right here. He's an economist. He's not an historian. We are not making excuses for her. Black male don't get that type of grace and second chance. All right, I thought you were going somewhere else with that. But I hear what you're saying. Thank you so much, First Gen Corporate. Who else we got in here? We got Coney, man. First Gen Corporate and Coney are going at it. What is Coney say? Okay, Nicola Vista, is Destiny married? Oh, now you're shooting at somebody else. Is Abbott and Preach married? No, but Pearl can't have an opinion because she's not married. Some of y'all are so dumb. Thank you so much, Coney. What does my man Steven say? Shout out to Steven. Steven says, it's one thing to be Thomas Sowell and discuss a sensitive, nuanced topic. It is another thing to babble something because you don't fully understand on podcast of the dingbats. Wow. And a lot of people feel this way. In fact, when I did a poll, 40% of y'all, the majority of y'all, slight majority, said that Pearl ain't racist, man. I mean, it is what it is. He says it's one thing to be Thomas Sowell and discuss a sensitive, nuanced issue like this man can do. I have no doubt that this man can say some controversial stuff, but explained it in a way where at least it's palatable. Stephen is saying, man, she can't do that. Stephen is saying it's another thing to babble something you don't fully understand. Right? A podcast of the Dingbats. I mean, I think a lot of people feel this way. So shout out to Steven, you know, for putting it in, for phrasing it in such an interesting way. All right, so let's bring up. Was looking for any women. There are no women in here. All right, let's bring up Quentin. Quentin, thank you for coming. Oh, where'd you go? All right, Quentin, thank you so much for coming up. Pimp, really appreciate it. What do you think about this Just Pearly Things situation? Do you think she's a racist, not a racist? Kind of what's your take on it?
I don't think she's a racist at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Augusta, Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're from Augusta. Okay. Shout out to the Masters.
Yeah, well, actually, Hepzibah, Georgia. But if you tell somebody Hepzibah, they don't know what that is.
They don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I went to high school in the 90s, and I remember going to high school where people had pickup trucks, the Confederate flags in the back, gun racks. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that, you know, everything has to be like that in order for it to be racist, but I think people are just way too sensitive and way too easy to throw that out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that what she said was ignorant. I think that what she said wasn't well thought out. And I also think that her team kind of failed her because honestly, they should have never let that even get out. Like,
yeah,
they should have somebody in the audience, some of the cameraman, whoever she has working for, should say, you know, Pearl, slow down a little bit.
I will say this though, and I will say this, and this is not to make it better, but maybe it's an explanation. I believe that the black man experience, if you are Nigerian from London, is different than the black man experience here in the United States.
And this is true.
I think, you know, go ahead.
I mean, like, I've been living overseas for a while now, and you know, the experience that I have when I meet other black people from other countries and things like that, it's just not even the same, you know.
Exactly. So just to be fair, it could have been that she ran it by her team. But what's the problem? She didn't have any, as far as I know, she doesn't have any African Americans on her team. And African Americans are going to look at this in a different way than maybe a Jessica X or an African. I don't even know what you call them. What do you call, let's say, a Nigerian-born London person or whatever? I don't know.
I don't know what they call us in Georgia. So
okay.
I know they go. Yeah.
I love it. He said, I don't know about them, but I know about us.
Yeah,
I heard that.
You know, it's funny too, because you know, you go like when I came up in high school, you know, interracial dating, it really wasn't a thing. I mean, I remember there was this one girl I knew in high school, and I knew she liked me or whatever, but I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't ready to cross that line. I didn't want to smoke.
Listen, you're exactly, even in college, it wasn't a thing.
I had an economics teacher, and I really liked this lady, right? White lady, older white lady. She had her class was in one of the trailers in the back of our high school, and it always smelled like cigarettes, right? And when she was giving a class on like economics and the World War II and all this stuff, and this lady in the middle of the class was like, yeah, when we beat the Japs. And I was like, huh? The Japs? I was like, what's Japs? The Japanese. I was like, oh my God. I didn't even know people still talk like this. And this was in the 90s.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, sometimes it's rooted, you know, it's entrenched.
You know, and you know, when I hear other people talk about racism and things like that, the first thing that comes to my mind is yes, it's real, but do you really even know when someone's actually coming at you crazy? Because I mean, nowadays a lot of stuff is really subtle. I mean, I'm in the military, and I remember when I first joined the military, you would see a lot of stuff that you knew was messed up. Like, let's say two people got DUIs. One was white, one was black. White dude gets slapped on the wrist. The black dude, he gets sent home. You know, you would see stuff like that when I first joined the military. It's gotten a lot better now, but you know, sometimes somebody doesn't have to call you the N-word to your face to be racist. And at the same time, you don't necessarily have to ignore blatant things that people might say, and then you can't always take everything that everybody says as racism. Sometimes some stuff is just ignorance. They just don't know no better. You know,
I agree.
I think we have to stop being so quick to throw somebody away. Stop being so quick to just be like, you know what? I'm not rocking with this person no more, and ignore everything else it does. I mean, this woman hired how many Black people? You know what I'm saying? Like, she's helped how many Black people? And I'm not saying that she should get a pass. I'm just simply saying, like, yo, maybe we need to slow down sometimes and quit being so judgmental every time someone does something we might not necessarily like. No one's going to agree on 100% of everything that we do. But I think we should try to find the things that we do agree on and build from there.
I hear you. I hear you. Well, listen, thank you so much for coming up, Quentin. I really appreciate it. Shout out to you. Thank you. All right. We got First Gen. First Gen says she needs to stay in her place. Don't get that comfortable to speak about us like that. She knows who to play the game. Try again with someone else. All right. Shout out to Grinch. Grinch says that white skin. Rest in peace, David Carroll. Shout out to Grinch. Who else we got up in here? We got Coney. Coney going at it. Coney says she didn't say that. Are y'all slow to understand? Boy, y'all going back and forth with it. Shout out to Coney. Shout out to Me Too Opinion. Mr. Too Opinionated. My bad. Let me put some respect on your name. Mr. Too Opinionated says new respect level for you, TLA. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, brother. Let's get a few more here. We got life lessons for men. Says ask Pearl to come to Washington, D.C. and visit the African American Museum. She'll learn the history of Black people real quick. 100%. Thank you so much. Life lessons for men. Shout out to Coney. Coney says, Grinch, give some of that energy to gangs in the hood. All right. Coney's like, man, y'all got a lot of energy, but what's going on with other people, other issues, right? Y'all silent on those. First Gen Corporate says she's bluffing. What can she do? TLA, not legal advice. She's bluffing. Just for everything she's bluffing, what can she do? TLA? I don't understand that. What can she do? I don't know what can she could do. I don't know what we're talking about on that. My bad, pimp. Who else we got up in here? Let me read. I hope we're not missing any of these dang super chats. Shout out to Grinch. Grinch says, Coney, I'm saving my second win. Oh my God. All right. Y'all calm down in the chat. Come on now, guys. Come on. Let's get it together. Shout out to First Gen Corporate says, and we wonder what is holding us back. Not all skin folk are kinfolk. Gotta have a code, folks. Protect our ethnic image. For the lost souls, never mind. All right. Y'all going. All right, let me bring up my man, Ian Graves. Ian, how are you doing, brother?
Hey, what's good? What's good, TLA? Hey, man, you did a good show, did a good stream. You did do a good job proving that she wasn't a racist.
Mm-hmm.
You did do a good job in that and showing, how she supports Black people and different things. And I think that's the problem with the Black community. Black community, we're judging things based off visibility instead of tangibility.
Mm-hmm.
Because you looked at or you made the comment about the Black Mansophere. You need to look at what a woman does and not what she says. And so essentially, Black people, when they look at racism, we're looking at from a visibility standpoint, from an egocentric standpoint. And I think what most Black people are worried about more than anything is how racism kind of degrades the Black male ego or the Black female ego, and I think that's more important many times than the actual damage that's done systematically, because most they don't do anything about systematic racism. You don't hear them talking nothing about systematic racism whatsoever, right? But as soon as there's an issue about the word, the N word or some other, they're out there, fighting in the street over that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. People can get, very outraged. A lot of people who support Pearl are saying that it's selective outrage, right? Yeah. Or it's outrage that's directed, in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And they're trying to crucify this girl when really, they should be focused on, like you're saying, maybe a bigger picture.
Yeah. Yeah, and let me say this too. I mean, because for me, I mean, I think this is the year 2023, right? So I think there has to be a new metric for what we judge racism as, right? And who we call a racist, because to some degree, I mean, because Crimson Cure did a stream a long time ago, because there was also the issue before with Pearly. I even forgot what it was. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even pay attention to it. You know what I'm saying? But she had brought up a stream showing how Just Pearly Things had said that I think she was talking about George Washington, saying how he was a benevolent master, right? He loved his slaves, right? I mean, so basically, what I'm saying, so you say she gets it from Thomas Sowell. I think she gets it honestly, because she actually just was in a, like I said, you had to look this up. She was actually saying that some slave masters, slavery wasn't that bad because some slave masters treated their slaves kind of well.
Well, she read two of this man's books.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah. I was just throwing that in there. So, but I just wanted to make an impact on my statement that I think in some part she does have certain views about slavery, even before. But I think I think in a lot of cases Thomas Sowell kind of confirmed some of her own ideas. But here's my thing again. When we have to move the goalposts on what we see racism, we can't just look at, okay, someone has ideas. It's just like Howard Dean, right? When Howard Dean was running for president, and I think it was Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton was calling him a racist because Howard Dean said that the Democratic Party needs to start going out here and getting some of these young males who are waving rebel flags, right? I mean, we are a product of our environment. And I think at some point we have to see ourselves as human first, and then understand a white person who grows up in a certain environment is going to have a certain mindset, right? And you can't necessarily say that they're racist, because I can't choose the environment that I grow up in. I'm black and she's white. You don't choose this, right? It's over time that you have to develop the ability to go beyond wherever that you're at. And so I think you can't just off the bat say, oh, this person is racist, without giving them a chance to develop and grow.
I hear you. Yeah, 26. What do they say, that your brain is fully formed at 25? Yeah. So she's walking around with a fully formed brain for a year, right? And then she runs into this man whose brain has been fully formed for decades, and she tries to say the same thing as this man, and how does it turn out? Right. So
let me say this, because I might not ever get another chance.
Okay.
And the biggest thing with racism and with slavery, right, is not that we went through slavery, right? Because I think atrocities happen, all through the history of mankind. I think the most hurtful and shameful thing is that we haven't recovered from it. I think that's the real issue that I think that Black people are not focusing on. Why we haven't recovered for it. And Thomas Sowell, I'm not sure, because I only saw some of his a couple of his YouTube shows, so I'm not familiar. But for me, from what I've learned over time, is that we live in a Black community that kind of stifles our growth and development out of the conditions and the symptoms of slavery. Yes, we were lynched, and a lot of that stuff happened, right? And over time it continued to happen. But I think, though, where we are now, especially, you're looking at a marriage rate that's dropped below when we were in the era of Jim Crow. You're looking at illiteracy rates that are below the era of Jim Crow. So we have to ask ourselves what the real shame is. Why is it now, right, when things are even better, are we falling slowly going backwards, falling behind?
Gotcha. Well, listen, thank you so much, Ian, for coming up and for your perspective. Really appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. Shout out to Ian. Shout out to the beautiful Kim K. What is the beautiful Kim K says? I visited Ghana and saw the slave dungeons, and it was deep. It was deep. Glad you're explaining the slave trade on the stream, Lee. Maybe Pearly Things is watching this. Yeah, man. you just don't know how they made it through. You don't know how our ancestors made it through that. I mean, you want to talk about hell on earth? Just being in the slave ships. Just Thank you so much, Kim K. Thank you. Shout out to Yardley. Yardley Moise says that YouTube is definitely racist. Let's be real. I'm disappointed in you, bro. Thank you so much, Yardley Moise. Who else did we got up in here? Shout out to Ocean. Ocean says, y'all ready to die on that hill for her. That's a different type of stupid. Coney, your opinion is worth as much as yours. Hell no, I've never had. I'm sorry, I just never had two people. I've been on YouTube almost 2.5 years. I've never had two people going back and forth in the super chat. You know, Tony the Closer threatened to kill me in some super chats. He was pissed off, but you know, that was me and him. I never had two people in the chats going at each other in the super chat. Shout out to Ocean and Cody. Shout out to Luke Hazley. Luke Hazley says, this is why you have to be so cautious about collaborations, as you have no idea what someone might say in the future. Luke Hazley is exactly right. There's no way MTR would have known that your girl was going to start wilding out. There's just no way. Right? I mean, man, it's tough. You know, to be safe, you really just can't collaborate with anybody. I mean, Luke Hazley really is putting her finger on something right there. I mean, damn. Because they'll pull you in. Guys, let me tell you something, man. I don't care what y'all say about MTR. He had nothing to do with this shit. He's in it now. Y'all know MTR. Listen, y'all know MTR. Like, come on. Come on. Let's be honest. He had nothing to do with this shit. Right? Shout out to Luke Hazley. She's exactly right. First Gen Corbett says no. It's also the fact that she interviewed a known white supremacist and offered no pushback whatsoever given her staff, record label. She got a record label? And her motherfucking crew. She even agreed and joked about it. Not cool, bro. Not cool. Listen, I get it on the whole no pushback thing. I absolutely get that. Shout out to Big Knox. Big Knox says she's not racist. These people don't know real racism, man. You know, shout out to all the people that are chiming in from the South. They're like, y'all think this girl is racist? I mean, at least say racist light. Like, come on. If y'all, this girl ain't racist. In my opinion. Maybe yours is different. Shout out to Background Gaming says, come on, guys. She said slavery wasn't that bad. No other communities would allow this. Why are we always being asked to? Great question. Absolutely great question. Shout out to Bad News. Shout out to Bad News 12431. Always support your boy. He says, I bet she wouldn't have been this respectful about the Holocaust. Correct. You're right. You're absolutely right. White people know exactly what they be doing. Listen, man. People know who to say the go off on a limb with and who not. Like, you can go off on a limb. Maybe I'll go off on a limb and have all of you two talking about me for a week. Maybe it doesn't happen. Maybe it does. Who knows? Do that for some groups. Ain't gonna do it. But you exactly right. Bad News. Exactly right. Shout out to Dub C. Dub. Sorry, respect on your name. Shout out to D-Dub Gaming Plus. D-Dub Gaming Plus says, if selective outrage that black man giving her a pass, black woman would never hold. They apologizing to her for her slip up. All right, let me read that again. If selective outrage that black man It's selective outrage that black man giving her a pass, black woman would never hold. They apologizing to her for a slip up. All right. Thank you so much, D-Dub Gaming Plus. Shout out to DB Smooth says, I love my black folks, but this is selective outrage at its finest. Selective outrage at its finest. Let me do this. Let me ask a question. Let me do a poll. Do you think that this is selective outrage? Do you think this is selective outrage? Better to do it in a poll so I don't blow up my chat. Y'all do the poll. Do you think this is selective outrage or not? 26-year-old girl starts wilding out. Everybody on YouTube is talking about it. Everybody. Is it selective outrage? DB Smooth asks, it's an interesting point. Shout out to AMLG says, where's this energy when we do it to our own people? Right? Shout out to Mish Jean. Mish John says, why is Pearl and Tommy Soda? How long have I been on? Why is Pearl in Tommy Sotomayor's chat talking crazy? Is she in Tommy Sotomayor's chat giving him clips of Black Manosphere to react to? What? First of all, is Tommy Sotomayor, is he back? He was down for a while, right? I don't know. Shout out to John. Or shout out to Mitch, I'm sorry. Shout out to Gail at Night, my #1 moderator. What does Gail say? Most either didn't watch the video or watch someone else's reaction telling them what to think. People reacting like she lent somebody. Shake my head. Yeah, Kevin used to get a lot of that from women, boy. People didn't watch Kevin's full stuff, and Kevin was like, listen, did you see the whole 3-hour thing? They'd be like, no, I saw 20 minutes. Right? Shout out to King Lemuel Podcast, excellent content creator. Guys, please go check out King. What does King say? She is disrespectful and never said, I apologize in her address. When he said it's gross to be with a Black person, she was laughing with him. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, no one, a lot of people watched that. There was no pushback. So absolutely right about that. I didn't see any pushback at any rate. Shout out to Gail. Thank you so much, Gail. Who else we got up in here? Shout out to First Gen Corporate says some of these new Black conservatives are a part of the grift. They don't hold conservative views. However, they accept those clicks, dollars, and views. Interesting. Thank you so much, First Gen Corporate. Let me get a couple more, then we'll bring up someone else. Shout out to Zhao. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry. There was no pushback on anything he said. Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely fair criticism. 100% fair. All right, let me bring up this brother right here. Shout out to the real Nathan Daly. Shout out to the real Nathan Daly. How are you doing?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I am good as well. First of all, introduce yourself, man. Let everybody know who you are.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is the real Nathan Daly, my channel. That's the title of my channel. You guys, I talk about a lot of current event issues involving law enforcement and the relationship they have and the outcomes they have with the Black community and just overall, just in general, and give my insight as a 13-year law enforcement veteran. So that's pretty much the gist of the channel, you guys. Again, like always, Lead, I appreciate you bringing me up to have these tough conversations.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one, right? Yeah, it's like the white girl say some silly stuff, and now we all up here, trying to introduce, thought and nuance and perspective when the whole thing that started this had no thought, nuance, and perspective. Correct. If we can call a spade, is that right?
Correct. Absolutely. So, it's so funny because I actually covered the same concept because I talk about race relations on my channel all the time, because that's usually the heat of the argument when you're talking about policing. When it comes to Black people, everything is always surrounded by race as it relates to the criminal justice system. So I have a lot of practice, having these conversations, just experience just in general. And one thing that I realize is that we have knee-jerk reactions. We're quick to make assumptions. And I tell people all the time is just because a white person says something you don't like, or that they say something you don't agree with, doesn't make them a racist, and we've gotten so cavalier with that word, throwing that word around, that title around, and that word has a meaning. It means something, and so this is one of the biggest challenges I have on my channel all the time. And so I broke the interview down, and Lee, listen, I watched the entire 3 hours because there was some guy who originally broke this quote unquote story, right? And he hyped it up. He sounded like one of those WWE type of guys, right? Sound like a wrestler,
Let's get ready to
Let's get ready. And so he put the information out. And to me, I've seen Pearly things. I've seen her from time to time. Every now and then I'll listen to the content, but I wasn't following her, not because of any particular reason, but that's just not my wheelhouse, right? So I was shocked to see her on YouTube a lot. And then all of a sudden the next day, it was like, she's a racist. You see people putting nooses around her neck.
What?
Oh my God, the thumbnails have been crazy, and so I just didn't really understand what happened. And then I keep hearing people saying she's a racist. So they kept citing this interview. So I watched the entire interview. And one thing I've noticed is just how quickly, again, Black people, we could be headline readers, but never read the article, right? And so we base everything off the headline. So I'm listening to everything, and everything that people are talking about. One, they're misquoting her. She never said half the stuff people are saying she said. Not only they're misquoting, but then they're also missing the context of the conversation. So if you didn't watch the full stream, then you don't even understand what the conversation was about in the first place before you're calling her a racist. Now, did she say some things that were ignorant? Absolutely. Did she say some things, or was her body language inappropriate? When I look at her, I look at an amateur interviewer. And I think the biggest problem with YouTube is that people have gotten so comfortable exalting people who are not experts in their craft or experts in
man, God damn, guys, y'all don't even know what he just said. Y'all don't even understand the power of what he just said. Like, if y'all, I just did a video on that. I got my editor was on here. I edited this damn video myself. I just released it 3 days ago. Damn video has over 300,000 views, talking exactly that. People get up here, and because they have a big platform, you guys think that they know what they're talking about.
They don't.
And it's not true. It's not true. They can be up here regurgitating stuff from someone who had some ideas about what he was talking about, but just being able to regurgitate something doesn't mean you understand it.
Absolutely.
Right? And then there's another part that is, if you're a content creator, it doesn't even mean that you really believe it. Like, that's even true. Another layer, right?
Correct.
It's hard to figure out if you don't really sit down with a person to really talk to them, and talk to them about other things, but then keep that ear listening. It's hard to know where a person truly stands. Like, what Nathan is saying is so true. But I see this all the time. People want to argue about me. People want to argue with me about divorce,
about the law.
Yes. And they never spent one day in law school, never spent one day in front of a jury arguing, but they know as much as me, a 20-year attorney. And I know you see it all the time as well.
Man, what? Talking about police stuff? I get it all the time. Well, Bob, I've seen it happen to you. I see it happen to you all the time. And I think one recently on a video that you released, and you were all sitting down talking, and the lady's talking to you about divorces and child custody and things like that. And it just blew my mind. I had to laugh. The ignorance, right? The willful ignorance of people. And what's funny is, I had to tell a person the other day is that you sit here and you want to tell me about statistics and data as it relates to a job that I did. right? And so
Wow, come
the data,
on.
like, come on. So I did the job. I'm telling you the context that data cannot tell you, right? The in between the lines that data cannot tell you. And so when you get a chance to give people that piece they're missing, a lot of people are trying to come on here and make arguments based on what they read. And I'm telling you, I understand it based on the job that I did, right? So the life that I live and the job that I did is basically, you get to read the data and statistics from the privacy of your own home, when you have professionals who actually are responsible for creating the data that you are reading. And they miss that, Lee. They miss it all the time. All the time.
Yes, they feel like because they can pull up their phone and get on Google, now
Right.
they know what it's about.
Now they're an expert.
Right? They ain't pulled over Nan car with drugs in it, where the dude was sitting there with warrants on him, right? But they can tell you the stats. You know,
Correct.
they can absolutely tell you the stats.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's natural, you know, guys, when we're YouTubers, let's be honest, and this used to happen. I mean, it always happens on TV, and then you watch these things in your home. You watch, you know, YouTubers in your living room, in your bathroom. You know, you got your phone everywhere, and so it can absolutely, you know, exalt a YouTuber in your mind to think that, you know, this person is bigger than what they really are, more informed than what they really are. You know, especially, you know, Destiny gets this a lot, and this is not a shot at Destiny. Lord knows he knows a ton of stuff. But when you're talking about a 26-year-old white woman, and, you know, she's got a show about, you know, telling women how to be good wives or this or that, and you look at her background, I mean, it's a fair criticism.
It is very fair.
But then, you know, when she jumps on the other end and says something stupid, you're like, oh my God, you know, look at what she really believes, and this is that. Why was she so powerful to you in the first place?
Exactly.
Right? If she were working behind the counter at Chick-fil-A and she said that shit, y'all like, man, if you don't give me my fucking nuggets, right? But now she got a YouTube channel. Everybody is like, oh,
yeah. Yeah. It's almost like being on YouTube now. It's no one is vetting the content creators they're getting information from.
100%.
You know, what makes her qualified, right? What certification, what experience, and people are gravitating to her because she works hard. She puts out content that's entertaining. She puts out quality work, but at the same time, she's facilitating. She creates a facility where people can have a discussion. You guys, she's not an expert journalist, right? There was a lot of things that I watched in that interview that were a lot of amateur mistakes, right? The giggling, the laughing, you know, joking when you're talking about kind of serious and sensitive topics. You know, those are amateur mistakes that a journalist would make. So again, I would wonder, like, hey, you know, Pearly, do you have any real training? You know, even her apology, it lacked like a professional oversight, right? There was like, who consulted with you when you were making this video about your apology? She had her coffee. Oh, well, let me put the coffee down. You can see all the nervousness, the anxiety. Like there's things to it, you know, that there's more to just getting on here and just talking, especially when your channel grows. There's training that needs to come with it. I think there's a responsibility that comes with it. And that's not justifying or trying to explain away anything. I think that the apology was absolutely necessary. I think the way she handled the situation was that interview was inappropriate, and that she wasn't qualified to have that conversation. You know, and I think, but Lead, if I could, let me point out the two things that people are saying in reference to what was quoted.
Yeah, take your time. Correct. Take your time. Absolutely.
People are saying, Black folks are saying that she stated that slavery wasn't that bad. She never said that, right? She never said that. You know, they're misquoting, right? They're allowing other people to make a review about something. They're going off of that energy. They're going off of this pro-Black rant. She never said slavery was exaggerated. And the conversation she was having with Nick Fuentes was in reference to a comparison about how there are people who like to use tragic situations and then they embellish it in order to try to control and politicize something in order to control people with it, which is absolutely true, right? That's the context piece that's missing. So what Fuentes was saying, he has his own ideology that I don't agree with, but overall, the actual interview was actually a good interview. It was a good interview overall as far as what the conversation was about. But what they were talking about, Fuentes had this thing where he believes that the Holocaust is being people are being overly or forced to have to take it in, right? And he's like, I disagree with that. And I disagree with certain events that took place. I believe it's exaggerated. That's his own personal view, right? And he says that people are doing this, and why does he think that? Is to use it to manipulate people. And she says, hey, listen, that sounds very similar to what I've heard about slavery. And she starts pointing to directly, she's making reference to roots, right? And her reference that she's making is to roots. And she's saying, well, I heard that the author made the statement that I wanted to create a myth for my people to live by, which is what he stated. And everybody knows Roots was an amazing story, right? But the way that it was marketed was as if it was a real person's life, and that was his family that he was telling the story, and it was false. It doesn't mean that those events weren't happening or did not happen or didn't exist. Again, she was making a reference between the two conversations, between the Holocaust and then slavery. She never said that it wasn't horrible. She never said it was exaggerated. She said that there are people who will take a story and embellish it in order to control people, which is absolutely true. Somehow down the line, people who took what they wanted to hear and then they misquoted her, and then now she's a racist. And so that is the big issue with this whole thing, is that one, people can't listen. Two, people struggle with critical thinking. And three, people will believe anything they hear someone else say when it aligns with their personal feelings. And at the end of the day, that's how that conversation went. I encourage people to watch the entire thing and listen to understand and not listen to respond.
Well, there you go. I'm feeling bad about this because I didn't even watch the whole thing. I just watched the little snippets here and there, but I heard the most salacious stuff, and I still come out how I come out on her.
Right.
Paul, right? Maybe if I would have watched the whole thing, I would feel even stronger in my opinion. So I really do appreciate you coming on and saying that, because I would be willing to bet that very few people watch that whole thing.
Of course.
Because it's 3 hours or so, however long it is, right? So I really appreciate you as a professional, as someone who's highly intelligent, someone with a ton of experience, a ton of perspective, just to be like, hey, let me tell you what I saw, let me tell you what I believe, and you guys can take it from there. So thank you so much, Nathan. Again, shout out your channel, let them know where you are, where they can find you.
Absolutely, you guys. You can find me at Real Nathan Daily. That's on YouTube, also Instagram and TikTok, you guys. And let me just say in closing, I'm not saying that.
Protect the brand now. Protect the brand.
Unfortunately, you got to do it. You got to do it. I got to protect the brand. And honestly, the whole argument that I made on my channel is that based on that interview, no, she's not a racist, right? I was very clear about that. But to be clear, what she was stating, and I understood it from the context, she was never saying that slavery wasn't bad. She was referring to a story, how stories can be used to manipulate people, right? How people can embellish a story. No one is saying that slavery itself was embellished. No one was saying that slavery itself wasn't horrible or tragic, right? There's nobody saying that. Again, everything was taken out of context. And, listen, to each his own. You guys, everybody took their position. Bless your heart. But it is what it is. Let those who know how to critically think strive to the next level. So TLA, thank you so much for even addressing it again. I mean, you already said what you said, and I agree with you 100%. A person was unqualified to have the conversation and then handle the conversation inappropriately. And that's where I stand with it too. But is she a racist? No. I've seen plenty of racists, and she's definitely not a racist.
All right, listen, shout out to the Real Nathan Daily. Thank you so much for coming up, brother. Always. All right, thank you so much. All right, we got Lamar. Thank you so much, Lamar. Super, super generous of you. What does Lamar say? This is not to absolve just pearly things, but why not the same outrage for Cynthia G's abort black male babies? She was invited to Fox Soul. Yes. I was actually going to go on Fox Soul when she was invited. And then the whole thing about her being invited, and I just emailed, I was like, no, I don't know. I think I was on there one time, and then She got invited and the whole thing about her, and then they called to have me back. I was like, I ain't coming back. I ain't coming back. And this actually, Lamar's super chat is right on point because it goes with the poll. The poll is, guys, hey, people are so mad about just pearly things, but there's other stuff over here. Are they being selectively outraged about this stuff? 54% of the people say yes, 46% say no. So it's pretty much evenly divided, right? Is Pearl a racist? Kind of evenly divided. Is this selective outrage? Probably it's kind of evenly divided. 54% say yes, this is selective outrage. 46% say no. So super interesting how people are kind of split down the line on this. Thank you so much, Lamar. Super generous of you. Let me see here. Where are we at? Someone asked, can we get Judge Joe Brown on the stream? Shout out to Judge Joe Brown. Give me 1 second. Oh, here we go. All right. Shout out to Damian Brown. Damian Brown says, just like when you piss off the blue-haired white liberals, no apology is going to be enough. Emotional people want to see you ruined, even if you're truly sorry. She might as well take the L and move on. Right? What do content creators not want to do, man? They do not want to move on because it's content. So much stuff is content. So thank you so much, Damien. Thank you as well to Mark Marvels. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mark. Super generous of you. Thank you, Duddy. What does Duddy say? Says, I joined late, but George is clearly a logical white guy. He needs a channel to educate white people. TLA, hook him up. All right, hook him up. He could consult with Pearl for $1,000 an hour, right? Shout out to Duty Back. Thank you. Shout out to Bless. Bless says people should listen to the recording of former slaves from the 1930s. Many are on YouTube. Interesting. I have never done that. I'm going to do that. That's a great game. Thank you. We got Black 5 Entertainment says the issue is she said, I know I'm going to get in trouble for this before her slavery comment. She knew that statement was troublesome but made it anyway. This is true. And when people call out the whole, Chew thing, there's not a content creator that'd be like, oh, I know this is going to get me in trouble with Chewy, but I'm going to say it anyway. Can we call a spade a spade? I mean, I'm not going to say they ain't going to do it because Kanye will jump out the window in a second. But, on YouTube, your channel will be gone. Do y'all know how much money this white girl is making? It don't take a rocket scientist to stay away from Chewy. So shout out to Black 5 Entertainment, man. I mean, that's Jesus Christ. Calling it out. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. What does O'Shea say? Where'd it go? All right, because Mark, that situation didn't include me. I'm in Africa. I am never in a position to deal with a white woman. I was analyzing somebody else on Mr. Ad Hominem. Mr. Ad Hominem argument. All right. They keep going back and forth, man. Shit. First, O'Shea Duke Jackson calling me up to cuss me out for 45 minutes. Now you get a height with the people in the chat. Thank you so much, O'Shea, for blessing the stream. I really appreciate it. I always shout you out for putting me on game with this YouTube stuff, really helping me out. I was going to quit because I had 800 subs, 1,000 subs, couldn't get no traction. And you put me on your channel. You didn't charge me any money at all. And you did it a few times and it really helped me out. So shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, O'Shea. And not only me did you help out, of course, you brought MTR in, brought Kevin Samuels in, brought my man Pocket Washing with JT in. So many Black male content creators. So thank you. Shout out to O'Shea Dujax. And all righty, back at it again. Thank you so much, O'Shea. Shout out to Baird Royalty. Thank you. What? Bear said the issue isn't what she said. It's the fact that she recognized aloud how offensive her words would be to Black folks, and she decided to say it anyways. It's the lack of reverence for a group of people, collaborators, and sphere that gave her so much. You know, is Beard wrong? This is the thing, man, you know. Can you argue against this? So, I don't know. But, you know, that's the thing. That's the thing. But, you know, is she racist? Because she says, oh, I'm about to say something controversial. I know they're going to get me, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. It's controversial. Well, now look what's happened. It's just, you know. But, you know, shout out to Living Out Loud, the podcast. Why? Because Living Out Loud, the podcast said, what is she? What is this 26-year-old white woman? She's a content creator. What are we all doing? Making content about her. The back is full of people. Everybody want to come up and help make more content. I don't know if, you know, it's a little risky. This might be too hot. Let me make some content. Let me make some content. Right? Shout out to Living Out Loud, the podcast, man. Let me get a few more here and I'll bring up another contestant. Thank you so much. Shout out to Coonley. Cooling says, like great interviewers, e.g. Oprah and Barbara Walters, controversial guests interviews were one directional. Pearl's mistake was being bi-directional. Interesting. Yeah. And this is actually what I pointed out in my very first response to this Wednesday. Guys, please don't ask me to do another response to this. I'm all responsed out. But I said this in the Wednesday response, a little bit in the Friday response, but also in the Wednesday one. I think you're right. I noted that as well. Shout out to Kristen. Kristen says, if the doctor treated your mother for pain, repeated the trope, I thought Black people were more tolerable to pain, would you give the same grace as y'all are giving Pearl? You know, I don't know if it's grace. I would absolutely remove my mother from that man's care. But at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to. Let me tell you what 46-year-old men in the South know about racist people. You ain't going to get them to change. You ain't going to get them to change. You can do this and you can do that. You can report them. You can do whatever you want. They ain't changing. You know, so for that example, that's what I would say about that. Shout out to First Gen Corporate. First Gen Corporate says, yes, stay in your lane. We know what that means. I doubt folks will talk about certain topics. Watch YouTube, clap those channels real quick. Isn't that why some move to Rumble, Patreon, and Locals? Yeah, you know why? They moved to Rumble, Patreon, and Locals, so they don't have to stay in their lane. They don't have to stay in their lane. You should never tell a content creator to stay in, or like, you know, that's just like when these basketball players try to have, you know, they try to have opinions about politics. What do they say? Just shut up and dribble. Shut up and dribble. That's what you sound like, First Gen Corporate. Just shut up and dribble. You're making good money. You know, I will never back that. I don't. If you're I just know how hard it is to be a content creator, guys. Some of y'all might not know. No one should ever limit you or what your content should be. Now, if you start talking about Chewy and this and that, you might get clapped, and there might be some consequences. But you decide that. Don't ever let anybody decide that for you. Shout out to Triple H. Triple H says racism talk has become a business. You either selling it or buying it. Absolutely. It is definitely a business. There's a lot of so much money in this thing. Shout out to J Money. Shout out to J Money. What does J Money say? Thinking about getting your course. Does it focus on live streaming specifically, or will it help me with everything pertaining to YouTube? No, it will only talk to you about live streaming, only about this. Guys, do y'all know how much I make? Y'all seen it. There's a video, a link is in the description. Somebody told me that the Tasha K codes don't work. They're old codes. If you want a code, a discount code, just email me and I'll send you a code. It's just about live streaming. If you want a course that doesn't talk about live streaming, that only talks about how to do these edited videos, I recommend Meet Kevin's course. I don't have an affiliate link. I just took the course. It is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. He's got the #1 course, in my opinion, on edited videos. I have the #1 course on live streaming. #1 on Teachable. Beginners and an advanced course. Teach you how to set everything up, teach you how to do it, and then the advanced course teach you how to get this money. If you guys are 35 years or older, you got wisdom, you got knowledge. You don't need to be slaving around. You know, it used to be people told me what to do. These judges told me what time to show up. 9 o'clock. They should tell me what time to report. Nobody tells me shit now. I wish I would have started this fucking 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Talking about slavery. I don't want to be like Kanye West. You know, I was a slave. What, didn't Prince say that? Prince was making millions of dollars talking about he was a slave. I don't want to say I was a slave. But people were controlling. People had influence about what I did and what time I did it. Damn paralegal calling me up. Where are you? Your appointment is in the conference room. Well, I don't get those calls now. You know, I sit here and do this, and y'all see the money that I'm making because I showed it to you. If you want to see that video, click the link. So shout out to J Money. Buy my course, buy Meet Kevin's course, buy somebody's course. Y'all need to get on YouTube. Everybody's like, stay in your lane. No, why don't you fucking start a lane? Right? You start a lane. Stop worrying about everybody else's lane. So shout out to J Money. Shout out to Triple. I'm sorry, this is not a shot at first gen Corp, but I do not like when people try to censor other people on their own stuff. You know, don't do that. Shout out to Triple H, says racism. Oh, I already read that. Thank you. Racism is, it's business. We over here talking about it. All right, let me bring up let's bring up Mr. James Penn Jr. James Penn Jr., how are you doing, brother? Looks like you're muted, pimp.
Yeah, getting to this mute button here, man. Appreciate you, lead.
No problem.
What's going on, sir?
Thank you so much for coming up, man. You know, what do you think about this whole Just Pearly thing situation?
Lead. I got some critique for you, my brother.
I'm here for it. I am here for it.
All right. So first, let me say this. Shouts out to you. You were talking about your course. I actually got your course. You actually did a giveaway some time ago. So good luck on that. It's phenomenal. Appreciate it.
Tell them about it, man.
Hey,
Tell them about it.
And listen, it's fire, bro. It's fire. I definitely got to get in the game. So been going through that, and I appreciate you on that, and I appreciate what you're doing here in the content space. But man, on this Pearl thing.
Oh, here we go. Okay, let's see what you got, Phil. Let's see what you got.
Okay, listen. First of all, is she racist? I don't know. I really don't care. I don't know if she's racist. I don't personally know her. I think several people have said, she's probably misinformed, things of that maybe weren't accurate. I don't really care about that. I think that's missing the point. That whether she's racist or not, that's not really the point. For me, the point and the critique is criticism not even about Pearl. It's more so about the brothers that we have in this space that have given her platform and her space when, regardless if she's racist or not, does she mean our people well? And she doesn't. Point blank period. Pearl, does she and going through your course, following your history, hearing your story, I know you were like, hey, I started off as a divorce attorney. I've seen stuff that happened to men. I wanted to be able to, you know, affect change, like have positive outcomes, give that information. I wanted to share that wisdom. So I was up here doing the legal thing, giving the legal information, and that really wasn't hitting. So I knew I had to kind of pivot and, you know, redo my thing, respect all, understand all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you came into this space because you actually wanted to do something positive, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's very, Pearl told us that she was just entertainment. So it's Black exploitation where she's profiting off the dysfunction of Black people. And I'm not mad at her for doing that. That she's supposed to do that. What I take issue with, though, and I gotta, you know, like lay it at your feet, is
come on.
If she's supposed to do that, but we're not supposed to give her space to be able to further that with our platforms. And so that's to me, that's the bigger point in the issue. It's not her doing that. It's very clear that she said, hey, it's entertainment. It's just entertainment. And I don't see Black people as entertainment, not solely as entertainment. Mm-hmm. And so she's like, at whatever cost, I'm gonna profit off the exploitation of Black dysfunction without any desire whatsoever to be able to uplift and benefit that community. And that's
okay. I hear you saying that there's no benefiting and there's no uplifting of that community. All right. Now, I really appreciate you buying my course because I really put a lot of heart into it because I want to help small YouTubers grow and get the money that I'm getting. And I started a mastermind, and there are hundreds of people in that mastermind, and they're almost all Black. Do you know who came over there to talk to that big group of Black people? No, listen, because you're saying she doesn't do anything to uplift the community. Do you know who came over there for free? This lady charges $1,000 an hour. Not only does she charge $1,000 an hour, her channel manager charges $1,000 an hour. So it's $2,000 an hour of knowledge in there. Do you know who came on at 3 a.m. to talk to my group because they're over there in London? Right? This person that doesn't do anything for the community. One of the people in there who is African, you know, says, hey, Pearl, can I come over? Can I see your setup? I've only got 1,000 subscribers. Pearl sitting on 1.3 million. Like, I'm even embarrassed to ask this. Can I come up? Pearl, come on over. Come on over. She comes over. This lady is, you know, let's just say, you know, she's over the age of 35. She can't do nothing for Pearl. Pearl does not need to talk to this lady for content. You've seen Pearl's, and one of Pearl's editors came up. Pearl's got content for days. The girl's got 80, 90 million views a month. Pearl says, come on over. I don't want to say your name. Come on over, lady. And they do so much content. Pearl doesn't know this lady from anybody. All Pearl knows is that this is a dark-skinned woman. Takes the woman around, shows her all the studio. They talk on screen, they talk off screen. They do a special segment when Pearl pulls up a chair, says, sit right here, cut the camera on. Pearl has 1.3, 1.4 million subs, exposing this lady, this Black lady, this part of the community that you're talking to, that you're talking about, that she doesn't do anything for. Exposes this Black woman to her 1.3, 1.4 million subscribers. There's no way that woman could have gotten in front of that many people. And Pearl did it time after time, did stories on her IG, shouted her out on her streams, went to the Black woman's IG. This person who's so racist, this person that didn't do anything for the community, this person that charges $1,000 an hour.
And you know, I didn't say she was racist now.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just fair enough. This person that doesn't do anything for the community. Right? Now, let's take a step back. All these people that are like you know, these people Pearl's not doing anything for the community. What are some of these people doing to help young Black YouTubers that are trying to make a way? What are they doing for these people? Right? This is the stuff. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I should have been maybe more precise because I didn't articulate this, but I was speaking to in regards to Black relationships, relationships with, Black men, Black women. Obviously, as a divorce attorney, a lot of their content was around relationship, you know, black men, black women. She's in the black manosphere or, you know, red pill, whatever space you want to categorize it is. Her content is around black relationships. So I should have been more precise in saying that. What you know, what to your point, you know, she contributed to, you know, your community, which, by the way, I feel like she really disrespected you when she came up on your stream that time, and you were talking about your course, and she was basically like, all right, hey, if you don't want to get his course, like, don't get his course. I was like, please don't, come on, Lee, you can't let her come up in here and do that.
Started my shit.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, okay. But, you know, so yeah, obviously, like, you know, she has black production people, it's people that's put on, you know, King Richard. Hey, and you know, a lot of people were giving flack to, hey, you know, y'all should leave, you know, y'all should leave working for Pearl. She's racist. And again, I don't know if she's racist or not. I don't really necessarily believe she. It's just like people say Donald Trump's racist. I don't know if he's racist. I think he's not a good person. I think Donald Trump's not a good human. But I don't know if he's racist. I think he cares about whoever is expedient to his cause at the moment. And I feel Pearl is very much the same way. I don't know if she's racist. I think she is very much an opportunist that is, yo, if you're beneficial to me in this moment, I rock with you, race or not. But when people were going at her employees saying, hey, King Richards, you shouldn't be there anymore, you should leave. And he's like, yo, I leave. Y'all gonna put me on? Y'all got a place for me? Y'all gonna employ me? And I think we got to wear that if we haven't built something up where it was like, okay, well, we do have a platform. We can do that. So I understand the layers and the nuances to it. But in regards to, again, let me be more precise this time, black relationships, because that's what her content is about, right? Her content is about that. And that's where I have a drive and a heart for is I really feel that with all of the ills that we face as a people, you know, whether that's economically, whether that is political power, whether it's education. Hey, we need education agenda, political agenda, so on and so forth. The number one tool that we have toward all of that is the relationship between black men and black women, right? Because a single mom is 600 times more likely to be in poverty than a married woman, right? 85% of the people in prison come from a fatherless home, right? You know, we know all of the different ills that we have in our community. They could be mitigated, not absolved, right? Political power, like our families ain't even intact, right? So they can be mitigated by strengthening the relationship between black men and black women.
Listen, I can let you go on, but honestly, if you're looking at this 26-year-old white woman to strengthen the relationships between black men and black women,
that's not. But my point is, she's doing the opposite and profiting off the dysfunction. And I'm not mad at her at doing it. I'm saying to my brother Lee, like, yo, if you see that that's what she's doing, like, why would you like give her any type of space to further her platform? So first of
all, let me tell you, and let me just keep answering your question. Okay. Let's say this lady has 1.5 million subs. Yeah. Okay. I think let's say 1.6. Do you understand that if she has 1.6 million subs, fuck the 1, the 0.6 is double my channel, right? She has 1.6 million subs. I want you to understand how big that 6 is. Some of y'all don't understand. The 6 that's behind the point is double the size of my channel. And you're talking about me giving her a platform to expand her shit. That's number one. It doesn't make any sense. If you think about the numbers, come on. All right.
Okay, where was she first time she came on the lead attorney? But forget what she is now. Where was she first time she came on? I'm sure it wasn't the 1.6. I know it was before the 1. But either way, I guess what I'm saying. Do you know
it's before the 1? No. Do you know it's before the 1? You don't even know it's what you come up here making arguments and you don't even know it's before the 1.
Okay, you about the Ruslan. You about to get your. I know you're 20-year president attorney.
You coming up here? Let's do it now.
Okay.
And apart from that, I have seen her. I have just seen her help out black people tremendously when there was no benefit to it. She's oh, well, she got views. Listen, she could have got views anywhere. A racist person finds a way to get views in other places. You know, so I hear where you're
even regardless if she was a million yet or not.
It sounds like your point is go ahead.
If she's a million, 5 million, 10 million, half a bit. Either way, I guess what I'm saying is as as a person of influence to our people, right? No matter where you're at, it's almost like an endorsement. It's like a seal of approval, a stamp of approval. Like Donald Trump, he has so many followers anyway already, regardless before somebody endorses him. If you don't really respect his politics, like regardless if he already got momentum or not, why would you give him kind of your seal of approval? So
and I just
no matter where
she
she
you,
was,
I don't know if we're keeping going around the same bush. I have seen her help Black men and Black women in a way that you could not, in the way that you never offered, and even if you offered, you couldn't do it. And I've seen her do it.
So in regards to relationships, what do you think her impact is on the advancing productively the relationship between Black men and Black women?
My hope is that she has no impact on it.
Okay, so you think what she's doing is just pure entertainment fodder?
That's exactly what she said out of her mouth. That is pure entertainment.
Do you think it's received that way by the millions of viewers that watch her content?
I have no idea. I will tell you, as a content creator, we put our content out and it's received how it's received. I'm doing this live stream now. Some people are loving it. Some people are hating it. I don't control how people receive it. I just control what I put out.
Yeah, but I'm sure you have a speculation as to if it's a net positive.
Have you looked at this chat that you're on? Half the people don't like it. Have you looked at this? You just up here talking about like it or not, but like it, they hate it. I'm still doing it. I can't control. There's no way for me to snap my fingers and everybody likes my content. Turn on YouTube tonight and you're gonna see 17 channels. Oh, you got an echo up in there, brother. Turn on your YouTube channel tonight. You're gonna see damn 17 channels talking shit about me. Do I control their content? Do I control how they receive my content? No. I say fuck them. I'm doing my shit over here. So now you're muted, pimp.
Yeah,
so no
okay,
problem.
Can you hear me?
So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, my computer was kind of freezing up and lighting up. So yeah, again, I'm not talking about from a like standpoint, right? Like you said, you can't control whether somebody likes your content, but you can have it. You can have a one even on if your content is good or not. You can't control it, but you can influence it, right? You teach on it in the course, like how to make it more engaging, how to be a better storyteller. Get the course, y'all, right? Like so. I think it's a little disingenuous to say to insinuate as if we have no control over the effect of our content, right? So one, even just on whether it's liked or not, it's ways you can make like you've mastered it on the live stream, right?
Have you looked at this chat, brother? Does it look like I've mastered it?
Yeah, you mastered it because guess what? They in the chat still, right?
Because I'm talking about a white woman. That's the thing.
Come on, man. You know you get views. You know you got to go it up. But even still, going back to when you entered into the space, you came in with there was a positive effect that you wanted to have.
Let me just break it down. Let me just get to the point here. Let me just get to the point.
Get to the point.
I came in on some education shit. I came in on some help stuff. That is not the way most people come into YouTube, and it's not the best way. The best way to come in onto YouTube is on some entertainment stuff. The best way to come in is on some Mr. Beast stuff. Mr. Beast, guys, is the #1 YouTuber in the world. He don't help nobody with his content. Now, he does stuff with the money and stuff like that, but when he got big, he just cured 1,000 blind people in Africa, right? But apart from this type of stuff, when he was getting big, it was pure entertainment. Pearl is entertainment. She's told you that. She's entertainment, right? I don't know what you want from her. If you want the Black community to be strengthened, you mentioned all these stats. If you want the Black relationships, the Black men and Black women to be on one accord, James, there's your sign to start your channel, pimp. Right? Take it and run. Go. I'm up here doing my thing. Pearl is doing her thing. MTR is doing his thing. O'Shea's doing his thing. Here you go.
Okay, so I guess it'll be my last thing. I'll let you get out of here. I know you got other people. I appreciate the space to get on. So, so should we take it then as that's where the lead stands as well? That you're here for entertainment, because that's what YouTube rewards.
Did you see the first 40 minutes of this stream? I told you exactly where my stance was. Guys,
No, not the stance on whether Pearl is racist or not, because again, I really don't care about that. But in terms of, because understanding the Trojan horse is like, yeah, I understand it had to be an entertaining component, right? Like, it's one thing to be entertaining, but there's a different motive behind it versus, hey, I'm here for pure entertainment. So should we take this to understand that lead attorney is like, yo, I'm here for entertainment because that's what YouTube rewards, and I'm trying to get the bag. It's entertainment. Is that where lead is?
Did you see my last stream when black men were calling in and asking me deep personal questions about their relationship? And I was giving them.
I didn't see that.
Okay, you didn't see that one. Okay, well, what about the day 2 days before that, where I did another Q&A and black men and black women called in and they talked about their spouses. They talked about the problems that they were having in their relationships, the problems they were having in their marriages. They talked about the problems that they were having with their kids. And I sat there and gave them detailed, nuanced information for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes a question. I did it for hours. Does that sound like education, or does that sound like information? Or does that sound like
it
education?
Sounds like you're not here
like
for just purely entertainment. That you are entertaining because you understand that component, but you're not here for just entertainment.
There you go.
So we actually agree there.
Yeah, I'm here for something different, and that's why I don't have Mr. B's views. That's why I don't have Just Pearly Things views. If you come on here on some pocket watching with JT shit, the views they're gonna be hard to get. They're gonna be hard to get. Guys, you can't name a person in this space that just sits down and just answers questions. Just whatever question you want about your marriage, about relationships. People will sit there and preach to you. People will sit there and tell you what you need to do and this and that. But to sit down and listen and just answer your questions with thoughtful answers that take 10 minutes, 20 minutes to explain. Who else is doing this in this sector? Name someone. Who else is just sitting here, once a week, twice a week, answering your questions that you need to improve your life? Name someone, James Penn, who's doing it.
Now, in a legal standpoint, man.
Not in anything. In anything in the sector. Who's doing it?
I don't know anybody that's live streaming, going in doing that. So, but that's actually kind of to my point, right? Is that you can have a motive that is beyond the pure entertainment, and we understand there's an entertaining component, right? Valuetainment, Patrick Bet David calls it, right? Entertainment, I've heard it called. So, I'll land the plane on that. Is if somebody is being pure entertainment at the expense of Black dysfunction to make a bag, I don't think that's somebody that we should big up. And the criticism ain't on them. It's on, like, that's not somebody we should big up. When we have a desire to do more than entertain, and we understand entertainment is a component, but there's a educational and there's a bigger mission, a bigger purpose behind what we're looking to do. So that would be my desire. At the end of the day, I got to get on my game and do my thing. So I'm, you continue to, absorb it and get out here and make my mark and my impact. But that would be my desire for, the other influential people in the space, as well, as to always just keep that at the forefront.
I hear you. And I really do. And that's why I'm telling you the other side. That's why I'm telling you things that you don't know, so you can kind of take that into consideration. I'm telling you this stuff and you're not folding it into your understanding. What I'm telling you is that Pearl is helping Black content creators. You're not taking that into account. She says some dumbass shit on the stream and you're discounting all of the help that she's given Black creators. I'm not talking about the King Rich's guy. I'm not talking about her people. I'm talking about people in the mastermind. This is stuff that you don't see.
Yeah,
guys, sometimes people will do stuff and you don't see it. Celebrities will do stuff, you don't see it. And then you want to judge them on stuff, and fine, judge them. But maybe you don't know the full picture. She's doing stuff, or any other white.
There are no, giving credit for.
Fine, don't give her credit.
I'm not giving credit for, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. If you don't want to give her credit for giving experiences to young Black content creators that no other white person will, no other white people are doing it. If you don't want to give her credit for that, fine. Fuck her. Don't give her credit.
Okay. Well, cool. Because I won't. Okay. I won't. Especially, you know, when it's counterbalanced with so much, you know, negative, you know.
So negative. Much. Okay. She's made 6 statements, but it's so much. Okay.
No. It ain't 6 statements. It's every stream, every show she does pretty much is highlighting Black dysfunction.
I don't even want to go into the whole thing about who's showing up, man. Is anybody forcing these Black people to show up? Are you going to place any accountability on them? Are you talking about the Black women that are up there acting dysfunctional?
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't heard anything. You've just been looking at the white.
But this is as naive as to act like social engineering doesn't work. Like that marketing doesn't work.
Oh, like, okay. Social. All right. So none of the Black social engineering. That sounds like an escape of accountability that you're giving these Black people that show up to Pearl stuff and act a fool. It's social engineering.
No. It's not. I'm not talking about I'm not giving them a pass. Like 2 things could be true at the same time. They could bear responsibility, and she can too. So she could. But again, it's not even about her. That's not my point. It's about her. Right. So they can have accountability, right, for showing up. And we can as a mass have accountability for being susceptible to the entertainment because toxicity tastes good, right? And letting that, you know, program our mind to see this is, you know, Kevin Samuels was huge about the Black male image, just about our ethnic image overall.
Not compare just pearly things to Kevin Samuels.
I'm not. No. I'm not comparing them to. What I'm saying is, Kevin Samuels, one of the hallmarks of what he talked about was us understanding the importance of our ethnic image. And so because of that, I'm saying it does bear responsibility for us to understand social engineering and how we are perceived. And so we collectively should not support and give views to something like that. So I'm saying that's accountability on us. But I can hold our feet to the fire from a macro point and say, yo, we got to stop. Don't give it the clicks. Don't give it the views because that's hurting our social our image. And I can simultaneously say the people on the show also bear responsibility. And I can simultaneously say anybody who is promoting her space has some responsibility. I can say all of those things at the same time. They don't conflict with each other.
Yeah, why don't you just say everything? Because it sounds like if you just say everything, yeah, you just put blame everywhere, right? But then at the end of the day, you're assigning blame to 200 different places. Cool, right? So is that productive? Everybody shares the blame. All right, let's get it back. It's like, okay.
All right, I think this whole conversation has been productive.
I'm not sure. You know, what does Sun Tzu say? An army everywhere is an army nowhere. Right? An army everywhere is an army nowhere. Oh, well, there's blame everywhere. There's blame in 200 places. Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. Well,
I appreciate it. Listen, shout out to James Van Jr., man. Thank you so much for coming on, Pip. I really appreciate
you. I appreciate the space, man. And
listen, join that mastermind, man. You should. It's only $50 a month, man. Email me and I'll send you a free. Email me and I'll send you a free code for a month.
Okay, cool.
All right. Shout out to James Penn, man. Thank you so much, James Penn. Where was I at with these super chats, man? I want to shout out one big one that I got. Shout out to Ash. Shout out to Ash. Thank you so much, Ash. Jesus Christ. Let me try to find these things. These are struggle streaming already. Okay. I'm sorry, guys, but y'all be supporting your boy. I really want to pull these super chats up, but they be moving on your boy. Shout out to Al, said y'all worrying about this white girl, man. Let's get some money. Shout out to the bag chasers. Shout out to is that a reference to your boy Anton? Shout out to Anton. Shout out to Blessing. Is this the Blessing producer? Says it just goes to show who watched the full interview because she did talk about choose in depth. Okay, I don't know if that's a troll or not, but Blessing produced. Just Pearly Things has a producer, and his name is Blessing, and he is amazing. And Pearl loves this man so much, and he's done such an excellent job in really creating one of the best studios in the entire space. Shout out to Blessing if that's him. Shout out to Isaiah Zay. Isaiah says, my first super chat. Oh, I love it when I get the virgins. Thank you so much, Isaiah, for the first super chat. I love being the first. Says, can we as intelligent people stop discussing whether she is racist or ignorant when both outcomes are dangerous because she conditions the minds of her listeners? Yeah, she conditions the mind of her listeners. Thank you so much, Isaiah Zay. Really appreciate you deeming this worthy for your first super chat. I appreciate it. Shout out to Inspired One says, I was getting late, guys. Loyal TLA subscriber. TBA is going to give you that work. She is hella racist. Sorry to disagree with your narrative. Thank you so much, Inspired One. Really appreciate it, man. Y'all supporting your boy. Thank you. Shout out to NP. NP says, as a LA native, I can say we know what racism is. Our history of racial segregation and red lighting speaks volumes. Facts. While she may not be racist, she definitely willfully ignorant. She seeks content that supports her beliefs. There it is. Shout out to the beautiful MP. Thank you so much, MP. Shout out to the Broski podcast. Says, I got 5 for YouTube consultation. Take it or leave it. Man, you about $995 short for what your girl Pearl need, man. Shout out to Mr. Too Opinionated. Says, Sandy Darity is greater than Thomas Sowell. Read From Here to Equality. All right, we got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of reading to do. Shout out to Blair Dad. Says, Destiny and Preach are married, Coney. All right. Got a lot of different people in the space. Shout out to Even. Even says, part of white privilege is racial insensitivity and ignorance of what's racially inflammatory. Thank you so much, Even. Yeah, I mean, ignorance can definitely be a part of it. That's true. Maybe a big part of it, if we're going to be honest. Shout out to E-Man Strong. Says, Lee, big fan of yours. I see Jason Black wants smoke. And they all want smoke. They all want smoke. Shout out to Kay Woolard. Says, she helped Nigerians, not Black Americans. All right, let's get it straight. There's a big difference, man. We drawing lines. What my girl say, talking about the redlining? We doing redlinings now. No, she only helped the Nigerians. She did not help these African Americans. We drawing a line. Shout out to Kay Wooler. Shout out to the Perry Unlikely. Y'all go check out Perry Unlikely. Excellent content creator. I'm still waiting for my crypto to come back up, pimp. Says, Pearly isn't racist, but accountability is necessary. Look at her old reaction videos to rap videos. You would have seen racism come out then when she was unknown. Pearl knows the algorithm and took a chance. It worked. It worked. Jesus. Shout out to the Perry Unlikely. If one of the mods can drop a link to my man's channel in the chat. Shout out to Samuel. Samuel says, it's all in good fun, but George, I would have voted for Obama for a third term. Get out. Shout out to George, man. It's hard to come in as a white dude and get your shit off, man, because you know everybody looking at you skeptical, right? Shout out to George. Shout out to Senator. Senator says, O'Shea dropped a new video saying she stole content from It's Complicated. Okay. Shout out to It's Complicated. Man, I love going out to Las Vegas. And when I'm in Las Vegas, I hit them up, and we're always supposed to get up, but it's never the time is right. But I'm going to go out there, man, start asking some of these Foot Locker girls, you know, what's up with these questions, right? I'm going to start throwing some statistics at them, see what information they got for your boy. Shout out to It's Complicated. And excellent brother over there. Shout out to Inspired One. Oh, I already read that one. Shout out to Inspired One. Somebody said I was wrong about Thomas Sowell. I don't even know what I said about Thomas Sowell. What was I wrong about? I haven't read any of his books, so I don't know what I said. I don't know. Oh, they won't smoke for your boy. Okay. And now, okay, I'm sorry to catch up, guys. This thing is moving, so it's hard to pin it down. And then we got Perry. All right, let me do this, and then let me read one more of these things. God damn, these things are moving fast. Shout out to RC says, Scott Adams said it best. No matter what you do, in the end, you're a racist. This is what George was talking about. It's so hard for white people to talk about this stuff. Shout out to Damon Jim says, I was racially profiled while wearing my military uniform in New Jersey in 1994. He's saying, lead, man, y'all down there in Georgia, y'all got some racism. Guess what? We got some racism up here too, pimp. Shout out to the North. Shout out to 720X says, okay, let's say she's not racist and she's one of the good ones. If the good ones stop the bad ones, if the good ones don't stop the bad ones, what good are they? She didn't push back the guests when having the chance. I agree. I will say this though, man. Again, I said it before. Ain't no change in racists. People in the South have been trying to do it for years. It would have been better optics if she would have pushed back. Absolutely. There's no stopping racists like that. But it absolutely would have been better optics. So you're absolutely right about that. Shout out to Don Blazer says, are we telling the Mexicans to stop using the N-word in rap music? God, do you listen to Mexican rap? If you're listening to Mexican rap, man, that's your fault. Mexicans? That's terrible. Their rap is terrible. We need, pues, o sea, para decirle la verdad, o sea, yo viví ahí, ¿qué? 5 o 6 años. O sea, yo sé mucho de los mexicanos, pues, viva Mexico, cabrón, todo eso, but like their Mexican rap, that's your fault, pimp. For you listening to that trash. That is trash. Now those narco corridos, all right, those corridos, all right, listen, that's something different. But if you listen to the Mexican rap, when we got all this fucking Tupac and Biggie and Lil Wayne, that's your fault. Shout out to Don Blazer. Shout out to Saeed Simmons says, when it's black people being disrespected, it's a selective outrage. Got you. We have our own historians. We don't need to depend on white ones. She's 26. She knew what she was doing. You giving excuses. What excuses are I giving? You talking about where she's getting, these black people that are, giving her the game. Well, this is where we're at with it. She's quoting this man. Y'all are talking about me. I didn't write these books. This man wrote those books. Right? But I feel you. Shout out to Saeed. Shout out to Bless. What does Bless say? Arguing the degrees of horribleness of slavery is a brand for racists. Why does it matter if slavery was not that horrible or not? It was chattel slavery. Bless is absolutely right. Absolutely right. That one thing about what MTR said in his thing about just no empathy, no compassion. I mean, it was on point. Shout out to OGK Network says, hey, lead, it's never good if Jason Black has you in his crosshairs. Yeah, you guys talking about YouTube, man. Maybe y'all don't know who I am. Maybe y'all don't know what I've done for 20 years, representing these white folks. Death threats. And now y'all talking about some YouTuber beef. All right. Shout out to Back in the Day. Is she a racist? Probably not. Is she disrespectful? Yes. Ignorant? Yes. I think that the disrespect and ignorance is giving people the impression of racism in her comments. I would agree with this. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, sorry about that. All right, guys, please, no more super chats because I can't keep up with them. Please, no more super chats. Black man swimming. Shout out to Black man swimming. I saw him at the gym. He was like, hey, do you know how to swim? Shout out to Black man swimming. What does he say? He says, yeah, MTR definitely had a right to be upset. I don't think she's a racist, but I'm from Decatur. Maybe we're not as sensitive, if you from the deck. Shout out to Black Man Swimming. Shout out to Lord Commander says, been a while since I caught a lie. Pearl said something that was racially insensitive. Doesn't mean she's a racist. Words have meaning. Racist is a bit strong. I'd agree. I just, shout out to my man, Black Man. If you're just from the South, you've been around, you goddamn racist. You just, whatever. Pure Chaos says, puro caos. What does he say? He says, do you think we need more married Black men in this space? Thoughts? More married Black men. There can be more or less married Black men, but all married Black men need prenups. All right. All's a strong word. 95%. 95% need prenups. That's what I would say. If you're not going to get prenups, man, just don't even get married. Shout out to Perry Unlikely. Says people in the chat mad as hell while rocking Gucci. Oh, don't start with that now. Don't start with that now. You get too deep on them now, Perry. You get too deep. Don't even let them know about that, Perry. Don't go there. They're gonna get mad. Shout out to Will. Will says you guys have to put some respect on Thomas Sowell's name. He is a distinguished economist. Who are we talking about? We're talking about this man right here. The Thomas Sowell. This is the place that Pearl is getting her information from. So yeah. Shout out to Will. All right. Shout out to Tom. Tom says, would she let a Black man disrespect a white woman on her channel? Would she's let honestly, I think she would. I think she would. 100%. 100%. Shout out to Zero. Zero says, why aren't we mad Africa had slaves? I think, a lot of people are mad that Africa had slaves. A lot of people were mad that there was slavery in Africa. There is still slavery in Africa. But shout out, thank you so much. Shout out to Profitable Pat says, plenty of YouTubers have explained the truth about slavery. It happened, yes, but not how they taught us. That's true. I mean, there's some bad stuff in there. Most slave owners were Black. Look it up. All right. Guys, listen, if you were a slave and you somehow got your freedom, but your wife is a slave and she needs her freedom, do you know what you have to do? You have to buy a slave. Who's the slave? Your wife. Now, you bought your wife, but now you're a slave owner. Oh, you got those 3 kids? You need to buy them? You bought your wife, now you need to buy the 3 kids. How many slaves do you got? Can anybody tell me if you buy your wife and your 3 kids to get them freedom, but you got to buy them from slave, how many slaves you got? You got your wife and your 3 kids. At 3 plus 1, what is that? Shout out to Tom R. Says, where is Black decorum? Pearl feminine by Black. All right, y'all are deep in here. Shout out to Sister Camilla, Sister Camilla, put some respect. Says, I'm considering everybody still stuck on this by April 1st, a fool by default. Okay, let's move on. We have way more important things to focus on. Real talk. I feel you. Shout out to Al. Al says, y'all go to war about Black relationships on her channel and then expect her to respect boundaries and tread cautiously. She's comfortable now. She's pretty comfy. Pretty comfy. Thank you so much. Oh my God. All right. Shout out to Anon. I hope I'm saying that right. Says, based on your background, do you consider Nick Fuentes a racist or white supremacist? I don't know too much about his stuff to call him a white supremacist. I definitely think he's racist. I think he admitted to it. In fact, on Pearly Show, I think the girl called her a racist, called him a racist. He was like, no, I'm not racist. Well, I'm kind of racist. If you say you're kind of racist, you're racist. So yeah, the answer is yes, I'm not. Cigar Talk says, just another culture vulture playing her hand. Thank you. Shout out to Tom. Tom says, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? All right. Shout out to Thomas. I know we ain't got Keita G up in here. Keita G, come up and let us know what you think. Did I say Keita G up in there? Man, I don't know. Shout out to Keena. Man, I'm way back at Nathan. Jesus Christ. All right, let me bring. All right, so guys, I got to stop reading some of these stuff, but I'm gonna pull them up. Let me bring somebody else up. Let me bring Brandon. Shout out to Brandon. How are you doing, Brandon?
I'm good, man. Thanks. How are you?
Good, 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 good. What is your take on this whole just pearly things?
I think I might get people in the chat a little mad, but I think everybody's overreacting. I think that Pearl has never positioned herself as a expert on Black anything. I think that Black people took an opportunity to go on a show, talk, gain some benefit, gain some clout for their own platforms, and they took it. And Pearl just kind of by happenstance of running her own program happened to accumulate all of this stuff with Black people on it. But she's not. Imagine this. Imagine Pearl starts her podcast. She comes out her first video. She says, I'm going to run a relationship and dating podcast. The only condition is not a single Black person is allowed on my show. Do you think people would still be upset with her?
If she said that every show and people knew that was her policy, I could see people saying that was racism.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's her hands are tied, right? She's hosting a show. She's going out. She's recruiting. These are the people that are showing up. Is she supposed to stop them at the door? Nope. Sorry, it's not enough of a ratio here. Maybe you could try next week. Bring a white friend with you, and maybe we could let you on the show. But until you got another white person with you, I can't let you on here because my show can't be too Black.
You know, and not to put this spin on it, but gender, but that's what she says basically about men. She says, "Man, I'm not really letting y'all on. You know,
right?
I might let you on if you bring a woman, right? But it's kind of all women over here." You know, and I think Kevin was doing that same thing. So maybe she ran that play from Kevin. Kevin tried to talk to the men. You know, the algorithm wasn't really hitting like that. He was like, let me talk to these women. And now, you know, oh, we got Men's Week. You know, on Kevin Samuel's channel, we got Men's Week, but it's all women for the most part. And so now, you know, that's a play. And it looks like just person's like, oh, okay. She said the best way for a man to get on her show is to bring a woman.
Yeah. Well, she also says she has a lot of men lined up. And Kevin used to say that too on his lives. He would say there was just too many. You know what I mean? Guys, I'm sure you have tons of guys that are sitting in your back chat right now.
They're all men.
Yeah. Right.
They're
Right.
100% of all these, they're all men back here.
Right. So, you know, I think that one, she has too many men coming in, and then she has the Sarah guy she's always worked with. She has King Riches. You know what I mean? So they have spots that if they want to be on the show, I'm sure they have first priority over a random guest. So, I think it's a lot of outrage. I think it is a lot of misplaced people. A lot of times I've noticed that Black people, we like to internalize the negatives, right? When Pearl makes a video and says thank you to all the baby mamas, Black people are like, she's talking about us. Like, when did we own the market on baby mamas? We got a lot of them. But when do we own the market on baby mamas? Because last I checked, there's white baby mamas, Hispanic baby mamas. There's all different kinds of cultures of baby mamas on Twitter, on TikTok, talking crazy.
Yeah, there's
not just Black
more,
women.
There's tons more white baby mamas than Black baby mamas. Trust me.
100%. And if you look at the people that are against Pearl, it's always usually overweight white women most of the time. When she posts stuff on her TikTok, it's white women on there talking about how she's holding up the patriarchy and all this other crazy stuff. So, I mean, I don't even get it because personally,
that's
I don't
a
even
great
really...
point. Let me just underscore that, guys. I just found out Pearl was on TikTok like last week. I mean, I know, but I ain't over there on TikTok. If y'all follow me, y'all know I ain't posted in months. I went over there last week, man. Those white women were eating Pearl up. They hate Pearl. Do you see Black men over there talking about Pearl? No, you see white men over there talking about Pearl. Not really. Every now and then, it's the white women. White women hate Pearl over there.
Yeah,
they hate
100%.
So, right? They hate Pearl. White women hate Pearl over there on TikTok. Now on YouTube, black men and women, and it looks like mostly men are, I don't want to say that because a lot of black women are mad at her too. But it's like, on different platforms, she just hated all around. And let me tell you something, she's getting hated all the way to the bank. All the way to the bank. I mean, if you
it's
guys
crazy.
know, she's making so much money.
It's crazy. And in my personal opinion, I don't really think Pearl's that talented. I think she's a very hard worker. But when I watch her show, it's not like I get any insights from Pearl's show. It's a lot of recycled topics, like you were saying earlier, and stuff like that. I think with the right amount of investment and the right effort, anybody can do what Pearl does. You just have to be willing to go out there and get it. And that's the difference between Pearl and a lot of creators, right?
I'm going to disagree.
Really? You think that if Crimson Cure were to host a live in-person podcast 3 nights a week, and she had someone on her team that was willing to cut up content and post it as often as Pearl's team does, that she wouldn't blow up just as much as she would? I think it'd be bigger. I think her insight is bigger. I think if Kevin were alive to do something like Fresh and Fit do, I think he'd be bigger.
You're missing the point. The point is she did it. I was talking to
100%. 100%.
And that's, people don't give her enough credit for it. People are like, oh, well, if you just run Pearl's play, then you can get all these results. You have to ask yourself, though, and really ask yourself, Brandon, when you're saying, oh, anybody can do it, why haven't they? I was talking to O'Shea. That's not true. You must not be a content creator. That's not true. I had to give O'Shea his props, because me and Kevin would always argue with O'Shea about this. Like, Kevin did not know what this 26-year-old white woman was doing. If Kevin would have been doing it, Kevin would have 50 million subs instead of
100%.
50 million. That's what you have to give credit to. You're like, oh, anybody can do this. You're running past the whole brilliance of it.
Well, don't misunderstand me. I give Pearl 100% credit for, like I said, her work ethic is out of this world.
It's not work ethic. That's what you're misunderstanding.
Really?
It's not work ethic. It's how to do it. Does she work harder than almost everybody? Yes, but she knows how to work harder. You know, there's a saying that, you can work smarter, you can work hard. Some people can do both. Like Elon Musk can do both. There are a lot of content creators, Brandon, that work really, really hard, and they got 6,000 subs.
Yeah.
Right. So when you say, oh, she's a hard worker, you're missing it. You're missing the brilliance of it. It's not just that it's hard work. She knows how to work hard.
Okay. All right. I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that.
And what she's doing, like, to blow up, to 1 million subscribers in a year. Like, I mean, guys, I don't want to tell y'all, because y'all don't really care about the damn YouTube stuff or how it works. Y'all aren't content creators, but almost no one, like, of course, O'Shea gets it. Now that we're all seeing it, she's doing something so special that it's just not appreciated by you guys. Y'all are like, oh, she's working hard. You have no idea.
No.
You have no idea what she's doing. Right. But it's a mentality, and it's a focus on systems, and it's knowing exactly what to do. It's not just working hard. It's a lot of YouTubers out here working hard that don't have shit, and they've been working hard for years.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I know a couple of them.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hard work alone is just not going to get you there. It's not even going to get you close.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, she's got a real good strategy. If you watch her different channels, just see how often she uploads. First off, she's got like 7 YouTube channels. I see Pearl Clips, Pearl Daily, Pearl Highlights. Like, you know what I mean? It's crazy. And like I said, I don't even really watch her. It's just it's just looped into the algorithm, I guess, because it's hooked into this kind of content. So
she's choking the algorithm with her content. It's crazy. And she's choking it all the way to the bank. But listen, thank you so much for coming up, Brandon. I really appreciate it. Shout out to you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
No problem. Have a good evening. Shout out to First Gen. Thank you so much. Shout out to Luke Hazley. Said this chat is going nuts. This chat is going nuts. Shout out to Vic. Says Roots downplayed slavery. What the fuck? Yeah, man. When they put that log under, I ain't seen Roots a day of 25 years. I remember when they put that log under that man's foot. I was like, oh, here we go. Here we go. I don't know about anything being downplayed in Roots. And you could say it's underplayed, to be honest, because they didn't even show half of the half. Shout out to Still Low Key says, at the end of the day, this is Black people getting overly emotional as usual. Come on, people. She shouldn't even be that important, man. To think that she's getting all this. I mean, shout out to Living Out Loud podcast, which she's a content creator. Shout out to Profitable Pat says, Roots is plagiarized. Alex Haley got sued and lost. Really? Is that true? Oh man, are you serious? Is that I don't even want to look it up, man. Why did you tell me that shit? Are you serious? He lost? I mean, it doesn't, of course. Oh man, that's like when you find out Malcolm X had all these hoes. You're like, Malcolm, not Malcolm, Martin Luther King, man, Coretta. You're like, oh, Martin. You can't blame them. I mean, when they throw it at you, like, I did not know about that. Shout out to Sherwin. Sherwin says, Nathan is absolutely right. I watched the entire interview. People are doing to her what was constantly being done to KS, chopping clips to create a narrative. Thank you. Please, no more super chats, guys. Shout out to Sherwin. Oh, I already read that one. Shout out to Deuce. What does Deuce say? All white people should be considered suspected white supremacists. Nathan Fuller Jr. That goes for Pearly Things too. All white people. Okay. All right. Shout out to shout out to Snow Dragon. God damn.
I'm not the bottom of the bottle.
Breaking it off.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. All right, guys. Thank you so much, Snow Dragon. No comment, no question, just the pure love of the game. Cannot tell you how appreciative I am, Snow Dragon, and really to all of y'all. This has been a long stream. It's 4 hours, and this is the third time that I'm talking about this. I ain't talking about it anymore. I'm all talked out. All right. I hope y'all can respect that. I told y'all my views on this. Oh, let me do this too. Let me shout out to the Cash Apps. First of all, shout out to Solomon Kennard. Thank you. Shout out to my man Centennial G. Hit me 15 for the smooth cats. Say get in. I say yes, Amy. Oh my God. Shout out to my man Centennial G. And shout out to my number one supporter, the BLJ. I don't know if I want to say your name now. They're doxing you too, right? But shout out to BLJ, my number one supporter here. Thank you so much. Said, send me $2, said just to be petty on them. I've explained to you how I feel about this. I explained it to you guys on Wednesday. I explained it to you guys on Friday. Now I did a whole monologue explaining it. Do y'all agree? Some of y'all do, some of y'all don't. Maybe you're right. I could be wrong. Maybe y'all know her better than me. That could absolutely be the case. Everybody has their own opinion. All right, now this has been exhausting 4 hours. I want to thank everybody in the back. I just can't. I can't do it no more, man. I'm super sorry, but guys, it's just 4 hours is long, and the back is full. I do want to thank Snow Dragon. Thank you so much, Snow Dragon. Also, big thanks to Millennial Mark TV and to the sponsor, Nikolai. Thank you so much, Nikolai. Also want to thank everybody who donated to the stream, man. Really appreciate it. Now, I know we've talked a lot about race. Oh, let me get this one. Let me get this one. Thank you so much to Dr. G. Thank you so much, Dr. G. Says, when you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to reform for pause and it's time to reform or pause and reflect. Mark Twain. Mark Twain was a real one. Thank you so much, Dr. G. I appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody. Thank y'all so much. I know we talked about a lot about racism, a lot about this man right here, a lot about just pearly things. We didn't really talk about the law stuff, but I wanted to get this out for a third time, how I feel about this woman. Do I feel that she's a racist? No, I don't. And that's the Cliff Notes. The Cliff Notes is I don't feel like she's a racist. It's not what I think. If you want the full length version, just scrub back to the beginning and sit there as I detail why. All right. Am I saying that I'm right and you're wrong? No, I'm just telling you what I think. I'm telling you my personal opinion. You are welcome to have your own opinion. Either way, I am not your attorney. I am the lead attorney, and I'm here to help you lawyer up, guys.